Join us for the Gwinnett County Public Library Learning Lab's first ever Game Jam. The theme will be announced November 1st. Games can be made in any game engine or language based around the theme. Games will be accepted from November 1st to November 28th at 12 noon. To submit your game, visit our website, gwinnettpl.org, and check out our blog post. We will select games and creators to showcase December 8th at our Duluth branch from 6 to 8 p.m., so make sure to come and check it out. For more information about our Game Jam, head to our website, gwinnettpl.org.
All right, welcome to Siege 2022. You've gotten a good look at our schedule now. Glad to have you out here. We look forward to a great day of presentations today, as well as having all of you out at the Dorville Digital Studio on Sunday, one of our sponsors. Also, thanks to the GCPL, you saw their video, of course, the Cab Entertainment Commission, challenges, and more. A lot of great presentations today. A lot of great presentations tomorrow, so make sure you tune in again tomorrow starting at noon. We're running through the evening tonight. We're going to have the Character Design Challenge again with a number of excellent artists as one of our last sessions, 7 p.m. So make sure you join in for that and get ready to create some of your own art. We've been very happy to have the Oxide Games team out at Siege before, and I believe they've done some good hiring out of our community in the past. So listen carefully. I'll be sharing some links to what they are up to in the chat, and if they're looking for folks, maybe they can plug that as well. But we are going to go ahead and bring them on the screen and let them go ahead and give you insights into one of my favorite topics, which is AI design. So, Oxide Games, there they are. How are you?
Hey, Andrew. We're doing great.
Resounding silence for everybody else. I'm also good. We're also,
Are you
everyone
not?
else is also good. I just if someone else is going to say something.
We've already messed it up. It's fine. Keep going.
Off to a bad start.
Stay the course. Stay the course.
Oh my God. All right. That was a lovely introduction, Angie. Thank you. And hi, everybody. Thank you for joining our chat on building Nation AI. Just some quick introductions first. My name is Michelle Menard. I'm the design director at Oxide Games and the lead designer on Ara History Untold. If you know me from previous sieges, my game. Except at this point, it's wishlist my game because you can't buy it yet. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Will Chambers. I work on the AI here. I'm one of a small team of people that works on the AI. Do a lot of AI design and thinking existentially about AI, etc.
Hi, my name's Emily Turner. I am an AI designer / system designer here at Oxide Games, and I work with that small team of folks to do cool AI things.
Excellent. And I will, in fact, plug something else before I forget, because I will forget by the end of this talk. We are, in fact, hiring. You can find all our open positions on oxidegames.com. If you head on over to the careers subpage there, you can see we have openings in engineering, design, art, operations, production, QA, literally everything. So yeah, if you like our talk, check it out. It'll be good. We love hiring people from GDDA. So cool. Might as well get started now that I will not forget that at the end.
You said cool?
Cool.
No, you said cool.
I'm just acknowledging that you were continuing.
Thank you, Will.
That's all.
All right, so why don't we start with just some real basic, kind of level setting definitions. What, in your opinions, would you consider to be the actual goal of an AI in specifically a strategy title? What is it trying to achieve really here?
I think that in strategy titles, it is basically just a robot that is trying to play the game kind of well and lose really in fun and interesting ways. It is actually kind of crucial when you're building AI, in my opinion, to not necessarily make it be the thing that can conquer everything, but moreover make it be fun and interactive. I think that, if you have a game of 12, 20, however many players in it, and 19 of them are AI, a player's not going to have a lot of fun if they win one out of 20. So making it fun, making it able to very clearly telegraph what it's doing and lose in fun ways and make the player feel smart and accomplished.
I agree with that mostly.
Ooh.
I think the only modification I would make is like some people do want an AI that can like take them into a back alley and savage them. Like that's what like some people want that challenge, and I think that we want that option at least.
Sure.
Like I think that your AI needs to be capable enough to put up a like horrifying challenge eventually. That's maybe my personal leaning. Because, you know, I feel like if somebody is sitting with your game for hundreds or thousands of hours, they're going to master it and they're going to get bored. And if there's a button that they can switch that, like the hurt me plenty option, and I don't even know what that is.
We're learning a lot about
Deus Ex?
We're learning a lot about
I don't like all of the implications that are being made. But what I do like is when AI are competent. And competence is something that you can fake for a while. But I think usually it breaks down, and then people are like, "Oh, why does the AI do this? That's stupid." And so I think we could stand more focus on the difficulty of AI and the competence of AI. At the same time, I agree that the AI's primary purpose is a vehicle for game feel and narrative. But that is the point. It is the thing that makes the game live and breathe usually.
So neither of you really said this specifically. So when you're saying provide a challenge, be fun to play against, lose in interesting ways, is it actually trying to win the game?
Not like yes, but like not as hard as it could. Like at least usually. Like I think that the AI is usually trying to be an interesting opponent or a flavorful opponent. And it's maybe also trying to be a teacher often. Like it's trying to say, I'm going to do this and I'm going to give you the breathing room you need to learn how to react to me. I'm not just going to, pummel you into the floor yet, although I still contend that it should eventually. But yeah, an AI is a vehicle for communication, just like the rest of the game is. But the primary goal of the AI is to communicate whatever the designer wanted the player to be feeling at that moment, be that victory or some sort of revelatory moment about a game system or crushing defeat.
I feel like the AI, for the most part, drives player interaction with the world. And I don't think it needs to be trying to win. I mean, even just most games in general, the AI is not trying that hard to win. It's trying to maybe be a bit of a threat at most, but a lot of different decisions are usually made with it won't necessarily make it the most impossible to defeat robot in the world.
Yeah.
But it makes it more fun to play against. Because I also think that an AI that follows whatever the designers have determined is the golden path to victory isn't necessarily the most fun thing to play against, because then it's just do X, Y, and Z and you beat the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that if you read around, like looking at other people in our genre that are designing AI, like if you go read like the Crusader King Dev Diaries on how they make their AI, they're like, we didn't want it to win. We didn't want it to win. Everybody's saying this because and in a sense it's sort of obvious. Like the AI needs to act like a person, and people are trying to win, but not in like the usual sterile mathematical sense. They're playing the game. Well, I just click around. I send units to random parts of the map, right? I just like to watch them move. That's my whole. I'm pretty colors and flashing lights, but so I'm sure other players do want to win. But like when I was younger and I was playing the Civilization games, I was like, oh man, in a toga, very large, and that was like my experience as a child playing a game, right? And so I think a lot of people aren't playing the game to win. And if you face off against an opponent, like I had a friend that would always play games just specifically to antagonize me. So he would name all of his units Will Sucks and things like that.
That's fair.
Yeah, and that's, a valid strategy. I don't know that that's something you can generally apply to AI, but the point is that like if people do weird shit, and AI should also do things that are not just, on the golden path, as you say. I agree.
Yeah, I think that's actually something to kind of highlight, especially when talking about strategy games. And I'm not saying it's only related to strategy games, but players in this genre space often aren't playing for that, I just want to win, get highest score, pummel the opponents, and walk away feeling like a victor. Many times they're playing for an escapist fantasy reason, a power fantasy, or just to enact a story for some kind of narrative thing that they're building in their head. Like, say, like in a Crusader Kings game, Are you trying to win when you play that? What is win? How do you define win?
Can't
Right.
No, you're building a story. You're telling an emergent story about your life as a leader making strategic decisions.
Right.
If you played Crusader Kings rationally, you would never go and take on 20 different lovers. You would never try to make the Pope a cannibal. All of the things that make Crusader King what it is, which is spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, and I was looking at is it called Old World? I think it's called. It's not New World because that's the MMO. Yeah, Old World. I was reading a review about Old World, and the thing that they loved is like they were like, "Oh, my good friend Confucius went and did this, and it was crazy, but then I made a horrible mistake and got him killed." It's like that experience. I think one of the things that's cool about the 4X genre is that it's sort of traditionally taken in historical characters, and you know something about them, so you have this personal connection. So there's even more of a temptation to make a story out of that. And yeah, and that's cool, and that's why. Well, my broader whole shtick about AI is that it should be able to handle anything that the player does in a way that is satisfying. And I think that, at least in my brief searches around, and to be fair, I don't know that that's possible, just sort of from a computational perspective in general, but I've never played a game that hasn't disappointed me on some level in the AI department in particular. And that's why I do what I do, because I want to make that game.
Right. But there's also a unique challenge with strategy games, which is that they are usually massive. They have 400, 600, 1,000 pieces of individual game data, wherein even robots playing chess are suddenly like, you would have to have all the computers in the universe, and even still I wouldn't be able to go and figure out what happens after move 8.
Yeah. And that is, I think, probably the fundamental limitation. That's why game AI cheats like mad, because it has to, because it can't actually solve the problem that you would like it to. But I think that our goal should always be to make an AI that plays like a player does, except you can control exactly what that player is thinking and doing at every second, down to the minutia of what the heart desires, ideally.
So you said a fun word there. You said cheat.
I did say cheat.
You said cheat. So this is kind of a contentious topic if you talk to a lot of players, a lot of devs. Is it ever acceptable, wanted, desired for the AI to cheat the player? And what does that even mean, to cheat?
I think my personal gut feeling is no, but I am like a stick in the mud on this topic. I think that it's fun to have different game modes where you're like, the AI has 15 alpacas, more than you do at all times. Like every time you get an alpaca, they get 15, and live with that. That's like an interesting new state you've put the game in. But other cheating, like Empire Earth cheating, is like not as fun to me. Like Empire Earth was dealing with super constrained resources, and so the way that they handled AI was there is a counter to every unit. The AI knows all of the units that you have, and it will spawn those units off screen and kill you with them. And that's fine, except like there are instances where it feels really unfair, I think. And I think in any game that you choose where cheating occurs, players, when they notice it, are very unhappy about it. That's been my perception anyway.
Should we perhaps make a distinction between blatant cheating, like as in rule breaking, information breaking, versus something like handicapping?
Yes. I think handicapping is like a choice that the player can opt into. It's clearly communicated. You're not hiding it behind the subterfuge because it's immersion breaking. You're saying this is just the situation. And if you're in a historical game, you'd be like, hey, you're invading France. They've lived here for a while, so they have extra stuff. And you're just going to have to deal with that as the invader. That is your challenge. I think that's very interesting. But ideally, your AI shouldn't have to cheat to get done what it's trying to do. Not cheat in the poopy way, cheat in the fun way.
Generally speaking, I am pro AI cheating. I know, very controversial.
Disgusting.
He's joking you.
But the fact of the matter is, that is the case in a lot of strategy games. Like in 4X games, AIs are moving stuff in the fog of war that they shouldn't be able to do.
Yeah.
Right? That is always happening. And I don't necessarily think it's the worst thing in the world. And there's always going to be that person that, surrounds the perfect little plot of Fog of War and is like, I knew you were cheating. Yeah, exactly. To go and figure out exactly how they're cheating, for instance. And that's always going to be the case, sure. But to some degree, it is sometimes just not possible to make an AI that is that hardcore for the people who want the hardest of hardest experiences. We're going to have to make this cheat to go and keep up with you. And as long as it is an opt-in, and not a we're just cheating all the time.
Yeah.
I think that's more reasonable.
I just think in every case that I can think of, it's not an opt-in. It's always happening. And that's why, like, you know, people that have played 4X games for a long time know that the AI is omniscient, for instance, know that it can see all of your units and will, like, build dummy units and just put them in a corner because it knows it's going to react to them and then exploit that. And, like, that's fun in its own way.
What I have a story about that. There is someone in our office, Dan Baker has also spoken at Siege before, who figured out that was what basically the support AI was doing. And so he built a big tanky unit, fortified it on a hill in a forest next to the enemy's borders, and he's like, watch them flock like ants. But they couldn't take it down, so he would then march in behind them and just kill everything.
Yeah, I mean, and Dan frightens me, but that's the like,
it's just too powerful.
That's a lot of thinking ahead that I would never do. But like, I appreciate that is still fun, that's still gameplay, and if your engineering team and your design team are passionate enough to massage the cheating such that it feels good, then, you know, you can find yourself in, like, I don't know, whatever, some good relationship between the player and the game, like an open relationship sort of cheating situation, instead of like a subterfuge lying relationship sort of situation is my current.
So polyamorous AI is where we landed.
Polyamorous AI is what I'm into.
There we
As
go.
long as it's communicated, it's all above board.
Okay,
All right, there we go.
That's what I'm after.
So perhaps that was one of the methods you could use. But what are some other ways maybe that you can create an AI that it can feed into basically the player feeling clever and smart when they notice like what the AI is trying to be like, aha, see what you're doing, and I can stop you.
So when I was 7 years old, and I was in,
Way back.
yeah, I know, right? And I was in rec basketball, the thing that my dad was desperately trying to get this small gaggle of 7-year-old girls to understand was that you can't telegraph your passes, right? Because what we would do, because we were 7, is we would have the ball, and we would look at somebody, and then we'd be like, almost basically just say out loud, I'm going to pass to this person. We'd then step towards them, turn to face them, and then with all the leisure in the world, pass the ball, and then somebody would, in the meantime, just take the ball during the pass. Of course, he was a very patient man. I think fundamentally AI has to do that, has to telegraph their passes, has to look at something and say, I am passing the ball here, and then very slowly, so that way the player, when they intercept, goes like, I'm so smart, I saw it coming, and I totally planned for it. So they need to do the opposite of little 7-year-old rec basketball players and be very explicit with what they're trying to do.
Yeah, and I think part of that just comes down to good game design independent of AI. Like, for instance,
Sure.
if you have a multiplayer game, there should be a way that you can learn to read what your opponent is doing such that you can counter them. And I think that's very important. And I think especially lower difficulty AIs should, like, I don't know, send scouts ahead of their army so you can be like, maybe being seen is a bad thing. And yeah, so AI is a teaching tool, absolutely. But I feel like the other thing that you need to create those sorts of moments is really fine-grained control over your AI. From like a designer's perspective, how do you actually make those moments happen? How do you, like, from concept to where they should be telegraphing their moves, how do you actually get them to do it is something that needs to be designed into the AI from the get-go, is very finely controllable behaviors. And if you have that, then you can make all of those sorts of moments happen. And I think that, at least from an engineering perspective, from a design, from like a actual software system design perspective, that's really essential. And I think it's overlooked often. I think that a lot of, sort of more traditional AI systems, like, they are solving a problem that's extremely complicated. And because they're solving a problem that's extremely complicated, customizability is sometimes just not even an option. So I think that's an important goal of an AI is you can make it telegraph its moves.
You said, or is he? I was going to say, did Andrew have a question?
I think it was just feedback. No,
okay, cool.
You said traditional AI methods.
Mm-hmm.
Are there different ways, like kind of, what are the main ways, like say for strategy, like you've seen AI be created? You have like pros and cons and favorites.
Ooh, you're validating all of my degrees. That's good. Doesn't happen often. Yes. So there are lots of different ways to do it. I think one of the things that I actually find frustrating about especially if you go out and into the wild and try to research game design, and you're like, how do I make an AI? And someone says like A star, and they like slap their keyboard and call you a virgin, and like it's just not like that's good, I guess.
You're right.
Like,
what is AI if not a series of if statements?
Yeah, exactly. And so there are a couple of things to.
I use a switch case.
Yeah, god damn it. There are a couple of things to get in perspective, and it's like, first off, the number of cases that occur on turn 5 of a Civilization game exceeds like the possible number of branches that you would hand code into the entire rest of your program. Maybe not turn 5, but by turn 50,
that's fair.
Absolutely. So the reality is you actually just can't do that. You actually literally cannot write a if statement, a chain of if statements to actually do it. You technically can.
Yeah,
please no one challenge acceptance.
You just put in loops. You put in loops and ifs and elses, and you make yourself a little state machine, and you make yourself a little A star and whatever. But like as we were discussing before, a chess AI has the benefit of there being like something like maybe 52 valid verbs a turn at worst case, or maybe it's 30 or 13 or anyway, it's some number where if you raise it to an exponent, it doesn't exhaust all the memory on your computer before like 10 turns. Now.
Yeah. No.
Games in our genre are not like that. Games in our genre is like good luck simulating one turn. And the problem with it, the reason for that is you could do more than one thing per turn. So the number of options is the combinatorial combination of all of the units that you have and all of the states you can put them in times time to the time to the time to the time every single time you take a turn. You just can't do it. So even if you wanted to use A star is, by the way, a method where you can search through these very, very large combination spaces efficiently by using some kind of mathematical function that tells you which direction to go. If you're pathfinding, I will contend the one instance where A star is the correct, unequivocally correct option. You can use a heuristic that is how far am I from this point in linear distance, Euclidean distance, and then you can choose your path that way. But if you're in a more complex space, I would call the spaces that we operate in like absurdly complex, that doesn't help you that much anymore. What do you put into your heuristic function? What are your parameters? Oh, genius on Stack Overflow. Like, what are you doing? And why? And how? And how does this let design?
How do you communicate that to the design team?
Yeah.
Womp womp.
Like, your heuristic function has 500 parameters in it. Okay, congratulations, you've made a neural net. Like, you can't do that. It's just not a reality. So I think.
So what do?
What do? Good question. Boy, I'm glad you asked. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know. You heard it here.
I mean, the fact of the matter is that there's a bunch of different ways that you can approach AI. I mean, my personal favorite is trait-based AI, which is you basically give the AI a personality, which is this guy is pretty rude, but
slovenly.
Yeah, he's slovenly, but he cares a lot about religion. And he doesn't care a lot about how happy his people are. Go off into the world, right? And so you can give the AI, all right, cares about these 3 things. Go on from there. So it's like I don't know a lot, but I apparently care about religion? Okay, well, time to start building religion stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
This helps in terms of the sort of telegraphing your past so that if you, in Civ 5, meet the Aztecs within the first 5 turns, you're like, well, time to start making military units, I suppose. In that you start to get these sort of personalities from them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's in my mind, a very valuable way for them to navigate through a game is that you can go and look at and see, oh, how does this guy behave? Oh, okay, I have a vague idea of what he's going to do, even if it's not perfectly drawn out for me.
Yeah, and that is I think every game studio that has released a successful 4X has done, maybe not trait-based in particular, but they have constructed an AI that has a certain set of values that are understandable to the designers, and they tweak those values based on who they are and what they're doing. And they, moment by moment, based on basically what has happened right now and maybe, a chain of saved events from the past, make decisions about what they're going to do next. My objection to that particular stance, although it does work for most of the goals, is that there is no ability for it to plan ahead still. Maybe it can look ahead a turn. Maybe. But that puts you in the situation where you end up in like, a lot of Forex games where the enemy AI may be very good, but they struggle to do things that require long-term planning ahead, like taking over a city, for instance.
And it makes them seem very irrational half the time.
And you can end up in hysteresis events where they change their mind a lot because they end up in just these weird edge cases that you didn't think about. And the only way to actually get around that is to give your AI the ability to plan ahead, which is what I like to do if I'm designing an AI. And I think that the reason that people don't do it is because they see the combinatorial nature of the problem. They're like, oh, it's just impossible. But it's not impossible if you let your AI think in the abstract, and then you have these abstract goals that you project forward based on much less information, and then you allow your AI to basically, in a sequence, address those higher level goals using the sort of traits that you would do. And that gives you the best of both worlds, where not only do you have an AI that makes sense moment to moment, but it makes sense long term as well. So there's your answer. That's how I would do it.
That's how you would do it?
Yeah.
Excellent. So that'll make sense. But in that kind of more goal-focused, trait-based planning ahead, how does difficulty settings fit in?
Yeah.
I mean, I love the FTL strategy for difficulty, which is just everything is the exact same except you get slightly less of the in-game currency when you beat an enemy ship. And it's a huge difference. Just very small number constants, making your economy a little bit harder to maintain instead of having these giant overarching changes. For the most part, I'm a fan of doing one small thing and seeing how that plays out and then just scaling it to the extreme.
My unqualified opinion is that like you design video games for a living, so you might actually know what you're talking about. I don't, but my opinion is
you write our AI now.
I know.
Yeah, I know how to make the systems go, and I don't know how to make a fun video game. Right? That's why we have two people for it. My preference is to have like completely different personality sets for AI. Like if I were doing it, I would have easy, medium, and hard smartness levels, where the AI like doesn't look at, doesn't scout very well if they're easy, does things that real bad players don't do. And then as you rank up the difficulty, they get harder and harder. Maybe medium AI scout pretty well, but they don't really look at what you're doing and make a plan for it. Maybe really hard AI, like Captain America versus Iron Man you, and like anticipate your moves and punch you in the face. That's what I think really interesting difficulty scaling could be. That said, that's not like transparent to the player at all. And like you could try to communicate it in a menu that's like, by the way, you can't beat this one kind of stuff. You could do that. But I think that generally speaking, like in conversations with you, I've been swayed to feel more like, maybe number scaling is better. Like it's gamey, but like, and like the thing that I always want is like, but what would it actually be like to go to war with Gandhi or whoever? And I want that to be communicated in any difficulty levels as sort of immersion breaking at my like gut reaction to it. But at the end of the day, you have to make a fun, engaging video game, and having it be confusing because you up to the difficulty level and now it's like acting completely differently is maybe not the best in terms of clarity.
So you mentioned like having it be able to basically do a thing or not be able to do a thing, and kind of like a tiered thing. What about actively choosing a bad outcome, like making a mistake? Yeah,
I mean, I think that AI that are omniscient, that are cheating, do that all the time. They're like, oh, I like left my unit out here even though I knew you were going to be able to see it. There's a place for that. I feel like, especially when you're learning, teaching opponents what kinds of mistakes they might expect to see, let them learn how you're supposed to exploit the game, this probably makes sense. And again, that's why control in AI is so important. You want to be able to teach those moments to the player, especially on easier difficulties, I would think.
Yeah. I mean, I just love making dumb robot children. That's my life's passion, is genuinely making robot children that are so dumb and that are so clear with what they're trying to do, and then they're so bad at it. That is genuinely where I get joy from it in a lot of ways.
Is there, like, does this say something about you, that all of your creations must be...
It's not psychoanalysis. Let's not unpack that.
All right,
that's the whole suitcase away.
Fair enough. Let's do that.
So she's swaying you about like not having different kind of like modes of play for AI. Maybe numbers are better. Mm-hmm. But there's been a lot of like, at least talk, if not a whole lot of work, but it's there certainly in some games about AI being modeled off of actual players in the wild. Like say, oh, there's this popular streamer. We're going to analyze or her's play style, or collect it via telemetry and then like deep analyze it. What are your feels about this approach?
I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
May you elaborate?
For me, there are certain things I do as a player that I would be genuinely so upset if an AI did to me. I realize this is bullying robot children, but I to do so. For instance, in CK3, if you technically can't kill somebody because then, oh, you'll get like the, you killed your own son, how could you, oh, whatever.
I've seen you play CK3, it's horrifying.
Yeah, it is horrifying, but if you put them in the dungeon and then torture them enough times, they get enough critical health penalties, it doesn't matter, they die, but you don't get attributed with the death, and it's fine. You have to take on a lot of reputation hits from, like, all your other family. It's fine, as long as you have enough dread to counteract it. I would be so upset if an AI did that to me. I would be so upset if an AI and FTL figured out how to deal with my borders by locking them out of everywhere and then opening the doors to outer space and watching them slowly suffocate. I would be genuinely so unhappy about that. Or if they figured out to... Actually, that's not fair. I do kind of wish they fired their guns a little bit more efficiently, but for me, I think that it's almost devastating a little bit to have the AI pull off a maneuver that's just so good, but also so cheap and so upsetting in that way of the, hey, guess what? You're dead. There is nothing you can do about it. There are no side effects. You do not pass go, do not collect $200. And so that is, I guess, my fear in terms of just taking how a player plays and making that AI, is that there are certain things that a player does that an AI should never ever do.
Yeah, I think the thing that troubles me about that is that there's this like growing effort that you hear since automation has gotten good. You can actually make like broadly speaking, when we're talking about making a thing that has traits that acts in a certain way under certain conditions, we're talking about making an autonomous agent, which we now have very powerful deep learning methods to do through reinforcement learning and whatnot. You could absolutely train an AI to play exactly like a player. And if you have enough data, it'll be really, really good at it. And that could be fine. And that's like maybe interesting, but only to my view from like a marketing perspective, where you can be like, play against Ninja, kids. Like I'm actually not a Fortnite hater. That game's fun. But I think that that sort of smells to me like, how do we remove art from video games? Like, how do we just automate the process of making good gameplay? And that's like, I guess, frustrating to me, like conceptually, but practically speaking, I think there are cases where it sort of makes sense. Like in my head, you know, the League of Legends is a good game for getting really sad because people are mean, right? And so if you could somehow capture all of the complexity that other players do, but not make them so good that you can't beat them. Like, you don't want, like, the Tesla Dota 2 AI that can literally just wipe the floor with anyone. You want something that is somewhere in between, something like a player that makes mistakes, but it's interesting and whatever. It would be cool if we could communicate that level of difficulty. I just think that you probably can't. Like, it would be very, very hard to curate exactly the kinds of player behaviors that you want without just doing it explicitly. And so I think watching the meta develop and like letting your designers who make experiences for a living think about what that meta means and if it's interesting to play against, I think there's room for that. And certainly having your AI customizable enough that once you've launched, you can hotfix it with like, hey, now it does like this strategy that players really like because it's cool. So I feel like there's some value to taking strategies that players use. I just wouldn't do it in like a raw data-driven way. That feels slimy to me.
I'll also say, I'm remembering now, there was, you know, the little AI uploaded to Twitter that was made racist by the internet in like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
That's the other issue with player feedback.
Yeah.
Always the issue with player feedback.
Yeah, the quality of the data is really important.
Sometimes the internet doesn't do great things.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Which is an issue, which is also something to go and consider.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think that
Harder to do in games.
If you're gathering game telemetry data, you're not like looking at chat logs. Like, I would really hate it if an AI beat me and then told me to uninstall, for instance. But like, you know,
I would love that.
Oh God! But like in League of Legends, like Chobal Snowgath from like the early League of Legends days, you could get a stacking item and play a stacking hero and just do stupid crap. Like if you play that hero and you never die, you become God. But if you ever die, you lose and your team hates you. And like playing against that in an AI match could be interesting. I don't know. It's like a fun strategy. And so having a way to code that in, I think is important. But doing it like, I don't think that modern AI techniques like fully data-driven reinforcement learning or fully data-driven deep learning to try to come up with a way that plays a game like a person would and with some sort of neural model is a good idea at this point. There's just not enough nuance to it.
It seems like it kind of goes back into what you were talking about earlier, that you don't actually want it to try to win in most cases.
Yeah, and you don't even, like if you train a model to just be good at a video game, it's going to be so annoying to play against. It's going to do all the shit that you wish it didn't. But yeah, I can see where people are coming from. They're like, oh, we could use player data, because that does potentially give you a nice middle ground, a very intelligent but not impossible to beat. It's just that you can't then, like, it'd be hard to go in and sniff out the parts of that you don't like.
So we kind of been talking about telemetry and player data. Are there any potential ethical quandaries also about like data farming people's actions or what they're doing and then using them without their knowledge?
Everything about telemetry is a lot of times an ethical issue of how much do you collect. The amount of data that you collect on people in video games and from any software is horrifying.
True.
And I think that those are always going to be concerns.
I agree. I mean, like, there's all sorts of ethical considerations. Like, if you're curating a new data set for machine learning, you have to be very careful about how you anonymize your data and how you decorrelate things. So you're making sure that people who are maliciously farming this data can't string things together and identify people, for instance. I would say that in a game, though, one of the nice things about our industry is that no one dies, really. And as long as you're not creepy about the way that you set up your like game account system, I feel like it's actually kind of hard to get identifiable data out of it.
Okay, expand upon what you mean by no one dies.
No human people. Okay, so what I'm saying is that... Well, okay,
I did not sign up for this.
You're right. If all you do is play Civilization 5, you will die. But the... And that's not because Civilization 5 is wonderful. It's because it's too good. It's the pleasure button kind of thing. But the...
Phrasing.
Fair. The point that I have about it is that, like, you know, if you haven't stored their email and their location and their like real name
and demographic data,
Jesus, why? Stop selling information to ad companies, guys. If all you have is how they play the game, I feel like it's actually relatively hard to get harmful information about somebody. And like I could maybe see that you could like maybe identify certain disabilities or other things that people probably don't want out there all the time easily. Or like you could maybe see like, well, this person is a man and they sure are picking shirtless boy characters a lot. Like that, you could potentially leak like harmful information that way.
This talk is taking a totally different tone than I thought it would.
That's probably my bad. But yeah, in general, it's very hard for me to think of circumstances.
You don't play as Boudica in Civ 5. You clearly don't care about your interactive experience.
I don't even disagree.
Well, and there you go.
You agree on something. That's lovely.
Hey.
We agree on lots of things halfway.
Sometimes.
Are there any things that you ever don't agree on? Like, do you ever have conflicting goals and issues you have to work through?
I want my robots to be fun and dumb.
Yeah, I want them to be like
smart.
So smart.
I know.
I want them to be able
to be stupid.
I feel like what I want is like Skyrim, but all of the AI is so smart that you can like literally do everything in a game, right? Where you can like step into a game and like chop down a tree, and the person who has land rights over that tree comes over to you and like, you chopped down my tree, and you're like, yeah, but it's just a tree, and they're like, that's reasonable, and they leave you alone. Like that's what I want. But like it's not that. It's like most of the games that we have now are like completely nuanceless. Like if you like smack them in the head and then walk away and come back, they're like, hello. And they should be like, you just hit me in the head a month ago. Like, I remember you. You walked up to me and for no reason at all brutalized me in public.
I do appreciate that CK3, and you also hate the numbers game of this, is that CK3, for instance, will be like, mine is 80, they won't accept a deal, and then you hover over it, and it's like, why they don't like you.
Yeah.
And it's great for me, because in CK3, you have to keep track of, like, hundreds of people, and so you'll be like, why doesn't this guy want to get in an alliance with me? And they're like, you killed my dad! And I'm like, did I?
That did happen.
That sounds like something I would have done, but it's not at the forefront of my brain in terms of that happened 13 years ago in game, and it's just not on the top of my list of problems right now. And it's reasonable that he's upset that I killed his dad, and it's nice to see all the reasons that he doesn't like me.
and like that, I get. I'm like from a mechanical gameplay perspective, where like you are a strategy game person,
Sure.
and your goal is to play the game like a game. It's chess but better, and like that is a good experience to deliver, and I get it. But for me, I would want that information to come from like your like advisor who comes in, and like your advisor has ulterior motives. So like, are they telling you that this person doesn't like you?
Master is.
Yeah. Like I want them to feel like people, and I want to have that experience. Maybe I'm just lonely. I don't know.
Far too late into the game that you had to befriend your spy master. I took a lot of people getting murdered, and I'm like, but my spy master is so good. Oh, he hates me. Okay. And it turns out that if your spy master hates you, he can be bribed to kill you.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the numbers game doesn't need to break immersion, but I feel like it does usually.
I mean,
it reminds you that you're playing a video game. Not that you can't get past that. And I think that Crusader Kings especially does a good balance of the two.
Sure.
We're like, yeah, there's actually some hidden information here. Like, you don't actually know that it was your son that killed you until you're playing your son, and your son's like, yeah, I killed that guy. And like that's cool. That's interesting.
Stuff like that happen.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you can't do it, but in my ideal game universe, all of that stuff is implicitly, beautifully communicated through the mechanism of something that's not my job. It's your job to communicate that without numbers, and then everybody loves it and it's fun, and also it feels completely authentic and not gamey at all. That is what I would like, but I realize that that's not like practical. It's just what I want.
I'm also a dork who loves numbers. Like, that's just inherently... My favorite kind of game is just a spreadsheet, but we put, like, really pretty graphics on it. Not even really pretty graphics. Like, it can be really simplistic. I love Prison Architect, for instance. It's just a big old spreadsheet. And I'm like, thank God. Finally somebody's realized that all I want is just a spreadsheet. And then there's, like, a little bit of a game scattered on top of it. That's all I need in my life.
You and I are very different gamers.
I don't deny that I'm not a dork. That's what I love in my life. Sudoku, best game released so far.
Good game.
Listen, Sudoku's great.
Steve, talk a little about the things that you do want in your ideal world and how you would like, the pinnacles of AI design. But what are some of the more common shortcomings or pitfalls that like people just getting into AI design or engineering might fall into, like new trappy type stuff?
Gang up on the leader. Gang up on the leader is the biggest one of the, oh, I see you're winning, and we all acknowledge that you're winning. Time for you to not be winning anymore, because it's become a 1v10 situation. It is important to have some AI aware of like the balance of the game. It is important to have certain systems in place so that the AI can be notified, hey, this person's winning a little bit. But also, the gang up on the leader stuff makes you feel really upset. It almost punishes you for winning. It is like, if the second you got into first place and got too far ahead in Mario Kart, every single other person got a blue shell, and you're just like, but I just did so good, and then the AI threw 10 different blue shells at me, and that's really upsetting. I understand why it exists. It's basically the, oh god, this person's gonna win, let's make them fight for it, and I don't necessarily have a massive issue with that concept. It just feels really upsetting when you're suddenly having to go and fight off every other player in the game.
Yeah, that's a good example. I think that rampant cheating is probably the other big one. Like, it's actually pretty obvious when your AIs are cheating, usually. And I think the sort of critical mistakes are things that are very easy to correct if you plan for them ahead of time, but very hard to fix once you get a lot of inertia behind your system. Like, at the end of the day, the AI systems for games that are as complicated as ours end up being huge. And so you need to know what your principles are going in. And I think that one of the common pitfalls, maybe not even newbie, but frequent pitfalls, is just, oh, it's AI, I'm going to use, a state-space search algorithm or whatever. And if you plan on doing that and you bank everything on being able to come up with like a good heuristic function, whatever good means. And then you find yourself 6 months down the line with like a handful of numbers that you can sort of tune. You find yourself in a situation where like balance is impossible because you just don't have enough control over what you're trying to do. Or you can't actually make your AI consistently do something for a long period of time because the system is just completely against that. It acts in the moment and you can't really change it to do anything other than that by the time that you've shipped. So I think that what I would say is that relying on sort of traditional AI techniques, especially in a domain like ours, is tough. but also relying on just like pure code to do it too, where you have code that runs, that evaluates the entire game and makes decisions momentarily, is also bad because it's entirely opaque. You can't, there's no way for you to data drive that. There's no way for you to mod it. There's no way for you to tweak it once it goes. So I would say designing your AI for data driving and modability is a good way to avoid a lot of those sorts of issues. And if you think about that when you get started, there's lots of you that puts you in a mindset where you're like, okay, how do I make sure that anybody can get to this, not just me or my engineering team or my designers, but players. If players can understand it and access it, then it's good, controllable content. And that's, I think, especially for AI design, especially for delicate AI design, really important.
But that also then factor into maintenance of your system over time, like post-launch, toward beta, all that kind of stuff. You're like, just you need to make some changes.
Yeah, data driving is, it's not a silver bullet for it, because you then have to deal with the additional complexity of like, okay, well, how much control can we actually expose in data in a way that's not mind-scramblingly complicated? And how do you, what sorts of compromises do you need to make on the like raw potency of your system such that you can load it with new data every time? But yeah, I mean, usually I think the trade-off falls on the side of data driving. We're like, yeah, if you can just load new AI behaviors, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And so I think usually that's a good way to make maintenance easier.
Although I will say, since AI impacts so much of the game, and I will use an anecdote from our project, I'm going to have to unfortunately skimp on the specifics, I apologize. I remember pushing a large amount of data to the game regarding teaching the AI how to do a bunch of new things, and the actual data was good. It worked locally, which I know works on my machine, doesn't mean anything. But it broke our build for so long because of that, because the AI just got better at playing the game, there was a bunch of new code paths that were just now suddenly being gotten to in the specific way of, I'm really good at playing the game now, that nobody really accounted for. And so it has, wide scale effects. Moreover, if somebody tweaks a system in the game, from a code standpoint or from a design standpoint, the AI has to then change to account for it. There's a lot of growing pains and a lot of moving pains when it comes to AI. To adapt to new ideas, to deal with the fact that sometimes we break things. And it's all-encompassing, which is, it's difficult. That's a huge roadblock.
Yeah, I mean, and that is... the quality of the thing that you want at the end of the day is there's a concept in math and engineering and everything. It's conservation of difficulty, right? Like if you want to make a thing that's better, it's now harder to do. That's just how it is, unfortunately. And so like, yeah, if you want to like maintenance of your system, as soon as you introduce something complicated to take over some job, that job being like, if you data drive your system, the job that you've taken over is calling an engineer to come in and redo all of the C++ involved with this. Now you can do it with some other thing. And that's great, but it's complicated because you have to validate it, you have to test it, you have to come up with all sorts of ways. You have to make sure that adding new stuff to that system isn't overly cumbersome. That's complicated. And so like, yeah, absolutely. Like maintenance is important, and I don't think you can actually just fix it. It's like an iterative refinement process of like, okay, we introduced this new like very complicated like scripting language or whatever, and now you can script stuff, and that's great, but there's 1,000 compiler errors in our scripting thing, and it is possible to like hard crash the game in ways that you never think of, and you're gonna, I think, probably be encountering those issues long after launch.
Sure.
So there's no perfect way to do it, unfortunately. If there were, everybody would be doing it, I imagine. But I mean, like, a visual scripting system like something like Unreal has is a pretty good idea. Like very sandbox, but enough flexibility to give you interesting stuff, expose that to modders. It could work, but that took them years to develop, and like they're epic games. They have a lot of really good engineers, and it was hard for them. So certainly there are trade-offs when you go to try to make long-term maintainability a goal, and they don't always pay off. But I think usually introducing systems that make it easier to modify stuff down the road is a good idea, especially if they're simple, but they frequently are.
So something else that frequently comes up during development is, how do you test the AI for something like a strategy game AI? Like, how do you look for, if I'm a tester in QA, how would I say like, hi, I've been given this to like test now, What am I looking for? Where's the test plan? How do I write this?
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, obviously the most immediate stuff you look for is code getting to new paths. The AI crashing in an area that has a comment of this should be theoretically impossible is never good, but it's all...
I love
That's
this
happened a few
comment.
times.
This
You're
should
like,
never happen.
That being said, I mean, that's kind of an issue with AIs, that it's pretty subjective. There are certain tools that Brian, our like resident god of AI stuff, has made to be able to go and very quickly test of, okay, what are their priorities? I can just see them in a little like debug menu, for instance. But that doesn't necessarily make it perfect, and moreover, it's difficult to account for every single case. You know, strategy games are huge.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, in this one game, this one time, this guy made this one decision that I didn't agree with. And then it's I don't know how I'm supposed to fix that. Or moreover, it's also difficult to identify those large structural issues if you do not have 200, 300, 400 iterations of it. You know, one of the things that Brian does a lot when he's testing out changes is he will, you know, run our game X number of times, like hundreds of times, and just see if he can establish data over time, because that's at least what we do here. In terms of what they do in other studios, I'm not entirely certain. I know that reading the CK3 dev blogs are always incredibly interesting about not only here's what we're trying to do, but why. Their most recent AI update was making things like friends and enemies a little bit more impactful, with the idea being that the AI feels a little more alive in that way, because you have a friend who's really looking out for you versus a rival who wants to see you dead or discouraged incredibly. But that being said, a lot of the stuff is just trying to identify an attention and then going after to the best of your abilities. And
yeah, I mean, like when we were talking about exhausting all the memory of every computer on the planet, like we're not kidding. Like there's you can't come up with a matrix that contains every possible state of interest and ensure that happens. What you can do, especially if your AI are very capable, is put them into an online match together with 40 of them, all initialized with different parameters, and run that continuously as part of your CI. And just keep doing that all the time. You'll find a lot of crashes, and then you can collect statistical data over time and be like, hey, no one has ever built this unit in the history of time. Is the code path broken, or is it too hard to get? Those are sorts of things that you can start to analyze, but you'll notice very quickly that you're testing both the game and your AI at the same time. So who's testing whom? How are you getting things done? And I think the end of the day reality of it is like, your AI is good if it's fun to play against. Your AI is good if it meets player expectation. How do you figure out what that is? Get 10,000 people in front of it. Keep on feeding QA testers to it until everyone is happy. And so
our QA already has to go through
I
so
should
much.
not use any negative terminology around QA people. They're jumpy enough as it is. But I think
I love QA. I would die for them.
So do I, but usually they're like the first abused and longest abused at companies, unfortunately. But I think, yeah, I think the only actual way to do it is just play test a lot. A lot. And that is just, there's no easy answer. It's a complicated problem. The metric that you want to maximize is how much people like playing against it. You have to get people to play against it. And you have to get a lot of people to play against it for a long time. That's expensive. But I think that's probably the only way to actually do it.
I think we only have time for maybe one last question from me.
Yeah, you all inspired a lot of conversation. Thank you very much.
Sure.
We've had a lot of questions and comments in the chat, both on Twitch and YouTube.
Okay.
Got into the QA bit quite a bit. So why don't we go with that last conversation? How do you actually train QA to effectively give you feedback on AI?
My argument is you don't, probably.
I mean, I would also say that we're blessed with a lot of the people who are in QA here at Oxide are just fantastically talented individuals.
Yeah, you gotta be really thorough.
And that's just sort of a blessing that we've had, you know, is that a lot of people, and moreover, they're not afraid to reach out with the, hey, I've noticed this trend. Right? So even if it's just the, I don't have a specific bug, it's the, I've noticed this trend. It is incredibly important for me as a designer to listen to the things that QA notice. They're in the game more than anybody else.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. And so when they identify a behavior, they identify something that's not feeling right.
Mm-hmm.
I find it exceptionally important to listen to them because most of the time they're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the human element that like only like an actual QA engineer can give you, which is like, hey, I played this game a lot and this seems odd. Like
Sure.
that's like this sort of intangible qualitative data that's so hard to get. And it's awesome when you can get it, but I would say that if you want to validate an entire AI system, you're never going to get enough of it. Especially from like our QA engineers are talented, like high-paid individuals that need, you know, a lot of funding and training and time to get as good as they are, and they're amazing. But they can't do everything, they can't be anywhere, and I think it falls on the development team, the people that design the AI, to build testing in mind. Like how I need to be able to set up the AI in a particular state and verify that 10 turns later, it does what I expected it to do. And so I think that testing of your AI system, unit testing of the code itself, and then coming up with like data-driven scenarios where you can pit AI against each other in specific ways, look for known good outcomes. Like that's what I do when I'm developing. Sure. Is I will make an AI feature, I will put in a particular log point that says, hey, I got here, I'll put the game in a state and I'll run it for 10 turns. And if that's happened, then good. And if it hasn't, then I did something wrong. And so a lot of this stuff, like the systems, people that understand the guts of the systems, understand the statistics of what should be happening and when, need to take the responsibility for testing in a system like this, in my view. You can't just throw it at QA and expect them to understand everything that you want to do because it's complicated for the engineers that sat down to develop it, and you can't communicate that without a lot of dedicated time. The people that are testing it won't know all of the thoughts that you had when you were making it, so they won't know where pain points could be.
Yeah. But to Emily's point, at the end of the day, it kind of doesn't matter to some extent, because if it doesn't feel right, if it doesn't feel fun against, that's the actual bug.
You need both.
And it's like, yeah, I've seen this at other companies where then like the developer will just dismiss the QA person. Like, well, it's doing what I want. It did the thing. It hit the test, so it's correct. But that's not the point.
Yeah, right. I would say you absolutely need both. But my stance will always be that you need engineers that care a lot about stability and quality of the system.
I disagree with that statement.
And then you need a lot of QA personnel that understand how to make a good video game and how to communicate when it's bad. And then you need players to test it. It's how do you make a good game? Like
everything.
It's the same question of how do you make a good AI. It's so fundamental.
All right. Well, we also had a question comment from Emily Horton on YouTube. Yes.
Hi, Emily.
Who's that?
Hi, Emily.
It sounded like you were saying to leave the creative systemic exploits to the human players instead of the AI. But maybe we should just have one last look at cheating, since we were going into that a whole bunch on the conversation. Do you ever have the AI cheat to lose, since it is actually not that difficult to make undefeatable AI?
A little bit.
I have like cheat to lose. Yeah,
I love making my idiot robot kids make the wrong decision.
Yeah,
I love it. It's living vicariously through them, since I don't take those kind of risks in real life.
Wow.
Is that, they're not...
Like gets a tattoo late at night.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you idiot.
I want... All of my CK3 babies are complete idiots, and I would die for every single one of them. But yeah, I think that it is kind of fantastic to have AI cheat to lose, for instance. That happens a lot at the very, very, very lowest level of a lot of these games, is that the AI is basically trying their best to drown themselves so that you can magically win. It's an important process.
I think that that's probably a good summary of how most omniscient AI play the game. They are cheating to lose. They're cheating to like let you see what they're doing. They're like, oh no, my army walked through your vision. Like that is exactly cheating to lose. It happens all the time. And I think that, that's more or less like if you want absolute control over game experience, you have to be cheating to lose, because otherwise you can't cheat to win. You
can't print out t-shirts that say that now for the entire company.
Cheat to lose?
Cheat to lose.
Yeah, I think that's probably what you want.
Now I'm thinking of the Mario Party video where it's just Luigi wins by doing nothing. And all the other AI like eventually go on try to lose at the game because they're at the easiest difficulty. Yeah. Absolutely delightful.
Yeah, you want if you want to play God like as your AI and have it create certain circumstances for the player, they need to be able to play badly. So yeah, I would say absolutely all the time.
Yeah, in the end, we want satisfying AI, not genius AI. All right, last question.
Right.
from Leaf Meyer. Are there
Hi,
any
Leaf.
games that y'all think had a good procedural system to generate a narrative? So let's do this one quickly and out.
Procedural system to generate a narrative.
You know my opinion on this, Leaf. It's RimWorld and it's Dwarf Fortress or it's nothing. I think that like actually maybe Wildermyth. People have started to do this
Wildermyth
lately.
is good too.
But usually generative AI is very Mad Libby, and it is my life's passion, my white whale, to make it good. I don't know that it's ever been done. It maybe has been, and I just don't know.
I was going to say some good ones, and I think to some degree Mad Lib is correct way to refer to it. That doesn't mean that it's not kind of fun to have some silly.
It's still fun. It's just not like it's not like you sat down with a DM and had like an enthralling, amazing experience. Like with the large language model sort of generative AI stuff that's just coming out, these like multi-million-dollar language models, even they make sort of hacky stories if you ask them to. So I feel like that is like a fundamentally hard problem to actually do. And I think while we are approaching a point in like technological computing where we can do it, I don't know that it's been done to the level that I would consider to be like really awesome. Although Dwarf Fortress is maybe the best attempt that I've ever seen, and it's like 40 years old. So
okay, Lee, not as quick an answer as I thought it would be. All right, thank you very much to everyone from Oxide on this great conversation in chat. If you're a GGA member, you can join them in Discord. We'll share that with info with GGA members. And once more, big round of applause, everyone, for the entire team at Oxide. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks for having us.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We're very happy with this session. Definitely some of the industry leaders on this topic. I know we've got a lot of folks in the audience who are looking to fund or get that next round of funding for their studios. Really appreciate our presenters offering this session, and easily one of the most valuable ones you'll get at Siege or any other game dev session. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to presenters and let them take it away.
Awesome. Thanks so much for that. Welcome everyone to our talk on funding. I'm John Polson. I'm the sort of moderator for this group. I want to introduce first, or rather let Kelly Wallick introduce herself. You can go ahead, Kelly. Tell us a bit about yourself and your background in games, please.
Yeah, so my name is Kelly Wallick. I've been in the games industry a little over 10 years. I'm probably most well known for founding and running a company called the Indie Mega Booth for most of that time, which was a showcase for independent game developers. We also did a lot of community building and helped connecting developers up with platform holders, publishers, other folks in the industry. We worked with, I'd say, over 800 companies during the decade that it was running. It's been in hibernation during the pandemic, but TBD. I was also the chairperson for the Independent Games Festival for the last 7 years, which is an award ceremony for indie developers that's held at GDC each year. And then for the last 3.5 or 4 years or so, I'd also been working with Ed Fries, who is at Microsoft around the Xbox launch and headed up their publishing for a long time on a venture fund called the One Up Fund. So I initially started out doing the community building and community work for that, and then came on as a full-time partner earlier this year. So that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you so much, Kelly. And local superstar, local to Georgia superstar, Alan Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. As you can tell, I'm clearly from Georgia. British transplant in Georgia, excuse me. 20 odd years in the video games industry with a career, a sensible career before that. I had a midlife crisis, and 4 of us started out as a mod team and founded Tripwire Interactive 17 and a half years ago. Famously, we refused entry to the IGF thing at GDC in about 2006, I think it was, because we weren't indie enough, although we had all of 7 employees. No, it was always a good laugh for us. What else can I tell you? Currently chief executive of Tripwire Interactive. For those who don't know, we've been developers for over 17 years, now with a publishing business alongside. That's been running for the last 3 or 4 years, publishing titles out recently like Chivalry 2, and a few more coming up. Aspire 2 next month, and Deceive in the new year, so plenty to come from us. On the funding side, we have a history from the early days of Tripwire of thinking we could get funding and failing dismally. I can tell you plenty of ways to fail horribly at raising funding. I spent the last 2 or 3 years working much more again with banks and private equity and all these sorts of people as we were thinking about our future, which actually culminated in a sale of Tripwire Interactive to Embracer, which was inked just over 5-6 weeks ago. Actually closed a couple of days ago. So we're now in a completely new world.
I think you're muted.
You've gone quiet, John.
Still, am I muted still?
You're good.
Okay. I've done how many years of video calls, and I still keep myself muted. Apologies. Hi, John Polson. I'm currently with Tencent and their investment.
You cut out again.
John, I think we lost your audio again.
Really?
Oh, now it's back.
It's weird. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Sorry, guys. Not sure what's happening. Is it going away now or no?
We'll wave when you cut out again.
Jesus. Sorry. So, anyways, I was saying that I worked or had interviewed Alan Wilson on a blog. I was working for a studio back in Boston called Deja Vu Games. That's when I first met Alan, and then for that same studio, I demoed a game at Kelly's first PAX East Indie Mega Booth. So yeah, we go way back. After that, I went on to be editor-in-chief at indiegames.com and created a Alt Control GDC, an alternative controller exhibit that's going over 8 years strong. Then went on to Humble Bundle, where I built from scratch the publishing label there. After achieving a top 3 Metacritic portfolio there, I decided to turn towards more longer-term investments and partnerships, where I joined Tencent and where I'm at right now. So thanks everyone for being here. Love to stop talking again and turn the mic to a couple other awesome folks and say, tell me about the options, Kelly, first, that you provide developers for support and funding, specifically what one-up offers that you feel others can't or don't.
Yeah, so I mean, there's lots of ways that you can get funding, but for the One-Up Fund specifically, like I had mentioned, it's a venture fund. Ed and I are both partners in the fund, and then we have a fund administrator, so we're a pretty small team. But the way that the fund is set up is that it's basically like community based, and so our goal is to do 50 investments for each of the funds, and we just finished up doing investments in Fund 1 and are working on Fund 2. And so our goal is to really kind of do something similar to what the Mega Booth was doing, like create a community of founders and give people support and networks and access to each other and access to resources. We have a focus on diversity in founders and diversity in genres and platforms, and just creating a very broad portfolio, which is something that Ed had done and learned at his times at Xbox. And it's a good way to kind of spread out expertise and spread out experience and things like that. We only invest in game studios that are making games, so not platforms or tech adjacent things, and that lets everybody kind of be on the same page about what they're doing. So we write pretty standardized check size amounts as well too. We're typically coming in on what would be considered like a seed round or a first priced equity round. And I don't know if we want to get into talking about like the ways that you can get investment and all that. Sorry if you hear airplanes, it's Fleet Week in San Francisco, so there's jets flying over my apartment. So
we get video. Can we get some video of it? I
don't know if we can see it actually. Sometimes I can see them. There was a really cool formation yesterday of like 6 of them flying around. So we do a standardized check amount. We don't ever act as a lead investor, so we always come on as a follow-on investor, and that lets us do the large amounts of investing that I was mentioning before. So we're really talking to folks super early. We've had some teams that we've invested in that like I personally talked to for 2 or 3 years before we did investment. Ed and I both come from a background of working with developers and working in the games industry, so we really like to stay as like kind of a neutral party to help give advice and talk people through the process. For folks who have been in the games industry for a while, VC is a little new, I'd say, to the kind of funding space. It wasn't something that was always available or very common. And it's also something that there might not be a lot of like kind of literacy around, and it's something I've been learning about over the last few years as well too. So we really like to kind of help like educate people and help like guide them on the process. So we're coming in pretty early and trying to provide as much of like early support, whether that means financially or through the community work or through advising and things like that. So I think I don't want to ramble on too long about it, but I think hopefully that's kind of answered your question.
Sure. And Alan, am I muted, by the way, or can you hear me?
You're good this time.
Awesome. But yeah, I'd love to get your perspective as a publisher. In terms of the Tripwire experience and difference.
I was gonna say, do you want the publisher experience or the developer experience? The kind of different things, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, in the context of, say, someone's got a game or has a pitch and they're coming to Tripwire to partner up, right? Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, as a publisher, I mean, first off, we make the big point that we're a developer who's been on the receiving end from big publishers, from small publishers, and various hideous attempts from publishers over the years. You could say we feel we've seen a lot of the pitfalls, and that's one of the reasons we wanted to do publishing ourselves. We started self-publishing back in 2009, I think it was, just because we didn't like what was going on around us and felt, we were better off doing it ourselves. Thank you very much. Some truth to that, some definite fallacy to that. Doing the whole retail piece ourselves. No, I'm not doing that part again. Thank you very much. I was the lucky one who pulled the short straw of doing the sales trips to Bentonville, Arkansas. For anyone who's ever had that particular pleasure of trying to sell, I think we were trying to sell Xenoclash to Walmart. Yeah, the guy's been buying fence posts the week before, trying to explain the fish gun. I mean, as a publisher, we're looking for, we're looking for interesting titles that have potential, developers that have potential. You talk about how to engage our interest. The easiest way is something playable. We're developers, don't you? It doesn't have to be pretty. We know what grey box looks like. We know what, we've all been there. We've done it enough times. But what we're looking really to get our heads around is, do you actually understand the fun in the title you're producing? I mean, apart from, can you actually do it? Can you actually execute on the idea? We're also looking for, do you actually understand where the fun is? You'll see plenty of people come up with demos and, hey, the art's lovely, and they haven't actually got the combat worked out yet. And you're going, I don't know, can't tell. Come back when you've got something that we can actually get that we can actually get to grips with. And then really it's, as far as we're concerned, it's about what support do you need in terms of, everything from, the obvious funding, how much funding do you need to get this game across the finish line? And there's one of those points, and we can debate this one and, looking at all the different sort of funding options. One of the things we strongly encourage developers to do is don't bother telling us what it'll take to scrape it across the early access finish line. We want to know, what's it going to take to finish this and finish it well? Because that's what we're interested in. We're not, at the end of the day, I would hope publishers should be interested in what's the best we can make this game, not what's the cheapest we can do it for, because those two things are not necessarily compatible. They're usually dramatically incompatible. And then it's a question of a combination of money, us supplying our expertise to it. We've been developers as Tripwire for pushing 18 years now. We like to think we have some experience in that field. How can we apply that to it? There's the obvious stuff like, yes, we can sort out QA and localization and ports and little details like marketing and all the first party interaction. We've been around a long time. We have very strong relations with the first parties. So does that kind of answer the question? Is that the rambling answer to the question?
Not too much rambling. I appreciate it, Alan. Very thorough. From my standpoint, also, I guess you said you would raise your hands if you can't hear me, so I'm going to keep going. Tencent can work, with devs on a project basis, but we also do longer-term equity investments, sometimes in tech, game tech, such as this beautiful platform we're talking on now, Discord. And also, of course, in games, or rather game studios, such as Stunlock, who just released earlier this year a huge hit, V Rising. We do offer, best-in-class support, all types of games, including, like open world, UGC, supported titles, live games. We help on the front end with design and on the back end. I guess to piggyback on what Alan was saying, about trying to figure out what it takes to get the game out in terms of budget and manpower. We think, that's just the first major hurdle to cross. Once the game is live, and how you respond to your community, as well as how you updates out fast to keep that community happy and growing, is also a really important process that we're pretty well positioned to help with. We also offer support to co-develop or help make native mobile versions of hit games. some of those include PUBG Mobile, Call of Duty Mobile, Pokemon Unite, these little brands you may have heard of. But lastly, we have a world-renowned network of devs, which is something that I think and 1UP is also does super great. Is bringing all those partners together to help create something to help each other, and we do that both virtually as well as in person, to help these studios collaborate and network. So yeah, Alan, I wanted to toss a specific question to you. Given that you just completed the Embracer, or rather, Embracer just completed the acquisition of you. Do you foresee
we completed it between us, yes, but carry on.
Yeah. Sure, it's mutual, I guess,
Yeah.
or something. Do you foresee any challenges or any rewards in being acquired?
Yeah, I mean,
if you talk about that.
Yeah, I mean this is always a fun topic when when a company gets bought. Is you're looking at, you see this in the news, and then you're kind of looking at the rationale. What's the play? What's going on here? Is it time for the original ownership to bail and run with the money? What's the play? I mean, sometimes it's and you've seen some big companies do this in the past, where it's we want to take this. They're basically asset stripping. We want this IP. Thank you very much. Why are you people still here? We've seen that enough times in the last 20 years. No, the attraction for us was really, in this particular instance, that Embracer will be under the Saber banner. We are under the Saber banner as of now. Their interest is in, given all the support, what can we do? What can Tripwire achieve? I've said to a few people, it's basically Tripwire on steroids. This is they want us Tripwire with everything we've done in the last 17 years. Now, how do we accelerate? How do we do more? What support do you need? And that's frankly a very attractive proposition. It's not always what the purchaser's after. But if you look at the history with Embracer and Saber, they're very much buying in things which are very much going concerns, very much businesses that have the potential to do a lot more. Provide them with the support, with a very hands-off style, which suits a lot of us as developers, especially you started your own company, you have a tendency to be control freaks, and so we're looking forward to. I mean, we're just going through an exercise, a planning exercise at the moment of thinking about, here's all the things we've wanted to do, and as an independent company where you're having to work off, the profits, the proceeds off that last game you launched are going to drive the next one, and you're working sequentially. Now, if we no longer have to work sequentially, what all can we do? How much can we take on? We can do this and this and this. How much? How do we scale up our management capability, the team's capability, to be able to take advantage of all of that? So that's we go from a way to express it is, developers, unless you have a game that knocks it out of the park ludicrously off the bat, and you do a PUBG or something and shift 100 million units. Those of us who live in a more normal world, it's. I just completely lost my thread. You're cash constrained. The primary constraint is always cash, working capital, if you're being accountanty about it. But how much money can we risk on building the next title? And you're always cash constrained. We have the fun at this moment in time of looking at the fact that, okay, if we remove that constraint theoretically entirely, what do we do? What's that big list of things we wanted to do all this time, and can now we have to pick our way through that and go, we can't actually do everything at once. We just don't have that many people. So what's the sequence? Which ones do we pick off first? What's the most exciting, interesting, profitable, all of those decisions? And we're going through that phase at the moment. And it's challenging and exciting. Flip side, what's the the downsides. For the first time in 20 years, I'm an employee. I'm answerable to somebody. That's, apologies to if Matt Karch happens to listen to this. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm ready for that, Matt. Good luck. I promise to try and behave. Yeah, the rest of it, we're just in that exploratory stage of we've had all these conversations, with the Saber guys over a period of time. While this transaction's been up in the air and trying to get nailed to the floor, and now the rubber hits the road. When we said we'd quite like to do this, no, we mean we want to do this and we want to do it now. Bring us all this stuff we need, and there's that sort of moment of everyone going, "Oh, good God! Okay, well, we can do this," and we're trying to match, our demands to their capabilities, and it's fun times as we kick a bunch of doors open and explore what can we really do, and then we have to be intelligent about it, as I say, and think about just because we are no longer as cash constrained doesn't mean we aren't still constrained by human resource. There's just not enough people to do everything we want to do now. So there's a lot of planning, a lot of thinking from a new perspective. That was a long-winded answer, but it's exciting times. It will be challenging in a new and different way, but the potential is enormous.
Thank you for that, Alan. Kelly, I'm curious if you could corroborate somewhat on this thread. Since your history is, you've been inundated, maybe that's a negative word, but surrounded by indie developers, with your career at Mega Booth as well as time at IGF. You feel, well, have you ever come up against developers who have a sense of friction or are hesitant towards taking equity investment, or other kind of VC money?
We spent about 16 years being pretty resistant to it, but carry on.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And, it's been interesting because I think with the indie scene in particular, when I was first starting out, it's not like it hadn't existed prior, but I've been seeing it grow and change, and the business grow and change in that time. And, at some point, and what the definition of indie is has even changed a lot. At some point, if you took any money from anyone, you weren't indie developer. If you had a publisher, you weren't an indie developer, and so there was all these rules that were actually kind of tied to money, but I think that the core idea was that it was more tied to a sense of having creative freedom. If we want to reference control issues, having control over the company and what the vision of the game and what you wanted to make, because I think there was a lot of, and rightfully so, fear around if you took publisher money or if you took equity or something that someone was going to tell you how to make your game, and especially if you're kind of on the high art side of the indie game community, like you don't want to compromise the vision of your game. Not saying that anybody should, but I think it was a concern. One of the things that I thought about a lot early on and that I still believe is that if you're going to tie it specifically to taking money, then you start putting people in a situation where only people who have financial privilege can make video games, or people that are in life circumstances where they don't need money somehow or don't need to pay people somehow are the people that are making video games. So in some way, it's kind of like a nice idea, but in the reality of it, if you want to be increasing the types of voices and people and ideas and stories, like you actually do need to pay people, right? Because you want to be able to get talent and get founders and get visions and games and things that are made from like a variety of perspectives, and not everybody's in a situation where they can forego having money, right? And I think that that's also been a recognition for people as like I said, the industry kind of and these conversations have been maturing. So I've seen that change a lot, and kind of almost to the other way where people are really wanting to to compensate people fairly. They have a recognition that it's a business in a lot of ways if you're going to be running a studio. You can run them as not businesses and as hobbies or whatever if you have the resources to do that and people that want to do that, and that's fine. But to make that the only path to do something creative or independent, I actually think it's a nice way that the industry has been moving. Aside from that, I think there's also been a change too in how publishers and investors are approaching the games industry. Publishers, I think, there was a lot of things that they had to do very early on, like physical distribution, like you were saying, going to a Walmart and trying to convince someone to put your game into Walmart, right? Something like a publisher could do or help you with, or making cardboard cutouts of your character and sticking them into a EB Games or GameStop or something like that. Funding was another thing, marketing, like buying, TV commercials and things like that. And a lot of that has been changing and evolving as you have digital distribution, you have marketing that's more like a Discord channel or the, growing community. And now that there's a lot of different ways for alternative funding, so you have investors coming in, you have things like Kickstarter, crowdfunding, grant programs. Some countries have, like arts programs and things that you can get money from. So I think, publishing has been evolving, and there's a big, uptick of indie publishers, so indie studios that were doing well, and then we're doing publishing. And then, in the last few years in particular, I think the VC space has really been expanding into games. When Ed and I were first starting to work on this, it was a little weird in the VC space that we would invest in content specifically. It was seen as kind of risky. And now I think it's a lot more common, and there's a lot more games funds. I mean, there's well-established games investment funds that have been around for a long time. And there's definitely more of it now, and a lot of people coming from the game space and working at these places. And they bring with them like the knowledge and understanding of what developers need or what they might want, as opposed to, I think, what it felt like when I was first starting out was a little bit of a misunderstanding of what games and how you make money off of it, how it works. It's more akin to like a movie or something than it is to like a product or something, because it's this big, long creative process that needs a lot of upfront capital and will maybe pay off at the end. So anyways, that's again a long-winded way of saying that I think that there's so many pockets and so many areas of the indie scene, but I feel really passionately about how important it is to just like get money to lots and different kinds of people so that they can like get access into making something like this, because like I said, it is a lot of upfront capital, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of resources, and to expect people to do it for nothing just, I think, really actually in the end like stifles the creativity of the industry. So my understanding is that the sentiment of the rest of the industry is kind of coming along with this as well, and because there's a lot of different options and kind of like competition, I guess, in a way, on how to get funding and how to publish and how to do all these things, I think developers actually have a lot more options now than they ever had before, which to me is a good thing.
Pick up on a couple of things you said, Kelly. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of ones that we almost need to get out of the way, which is the evil word money.
Yeah.
I mean, I joked at the beginning about us not being indie. We started a company, I think, with $34,000 and managed to get a game out the door. And at the end of the day, if you are going to do this sustainably, as in more than once, you have to generate enough funds, enough cash, enough capital to do that. If you intend it to be, let's say, sustainable and do it, and repeat the process. But the other one you talk about, where do publishers' funding and all these pieces fit in? I think a thing that a lot of developers need to perhaps think about a little bit is, what is it you want to do? Because there's this whole spectrum of all of these things that needs to get done to get a game out the door, to get a franchise going, to get a game from here to a store, from here onto Steam, Sony, whatever. And that thing we've more and more learned that for some developers, to your point, they just want to do the art. They want to build a game. Thank you very much. So I need a partner who's going to do this other stuff that they would refer to as all this other crap. Because it kind of all has to get done, and you've got to recognize that it's got to get done. And as you say, small detail, most people need at least pizza to eat, or something. There's probably a small number of people who are living in their parents' basement being fed by the parents, but I don't think there's an awful lot of the industry survives very long that way. So there's all those parts to it, and it's not just, I think there's somewhere in the past there's been this stigma of, money is dirty and public, but you need this complete ecosystem, for want of a better phrase, and understand that if you want to do it sustainably, you are a part of that ecosystem somewhere, somehow. The difficult bit is finding the right partners to work with, the people who will genuinely help you, and genuinely have aligned interests, including my dog. I apologize if you're getting a side of manic dog. So yeah, anyway, mini rant.
Yeah, no, and I totally agree. And I think, sometimes even people inside the games industry, but outside the games industry, you think of people who make a game as like developers and artists and audio, and then you're kind of forgetting there's the whole, there's management systems, there's marketing, there's PR, there's, things like the mega booth, these kind of like scaffolding and infrastructure like built around the industry to like help support people. And so, yeah, there's a lot of different things that go into to launching and running a game and having it be sustainable, I guess, and like outsourcing that to a publisher or something like that for some folks is the best option. For some folks it's not. Some people are like, if you should really know how to do it yourself so that you don't have to be reliant on other people. But also, like, some people are like, I just want to make the game, I don't even want to think about this stuff, I don't want to make a pitch deck, I don't want to talk to people, I just want to like make my game, and so like I was saying, I think there's a lot of different ways to do it. And to your point, I think earlier on there was a lot of this like kind of hyper self-sufficiency around it, where it was really like, unless you were doing the whole thing yourself, not taking any money, not doing anything, like that was indie, that idea, which kind of lends to like, people that are supported by someone else, or don't have financial responsibilities outside of like their individual situation, is the kind of the implication of what that means.
Yeah, I think the flip side of it, of course, is that there's and people have heard me rant about some of this stuff before. There's especially you go back far enough, and it's unfortunately still true today. There's far too many, i.e., a number above zero, of those lurking around the industry who are not good partners, frankly. Who want to do things with money and don't care what, how and all the rest of it. Who want to, who are. I'm putting out my, do I get myself in trouble saying this? I don't know. Who are there to take advantage? They're there purely for their own benefit, and and done this. We've always seen this whole thing as a collaborative effort. You will do so much better if everyone is working together in sync in some shape or form. That's another reason why we kicked off the publishing division 3 or 4 years ago. Is to do that, because we've I alluded to it at the beginning. We've been around enough of those who you're just going, afterwards you feel dirty and you just go, and unless someone really finds a reason why I am not doing business with that person ever again. And
I do think that, like, kind of sadly, the indie scene was more susceptible to being taken advantage of in that way, because they didn't have a lot of experience working at larger companies or going through the process prior to that. A lot of them were young or are young, might come from marginalized backgrounds that don't have the same kind of financial literacy or business literacy, legal literacy, access to advisors and resources. And so that was something that, the mega booth, I think, would try to work on and help address as well. Like, when we would work with a sponsor or partners or publishers, like, we would literally look over their contracts to like make sure that the deals that they were doing with teams were appropriate before we'd like agree to do work with them. I think that's also the other power of, like you said, of being very collaborative. And I still believe that that's like, it's very prevalent in the games industry for everyone to talk to and help and support each other. And it's especially true in the indie scene, because you're pretty isolated. You don't have a lot of internal resources. And really the only way that you can kind of gut check on what's going on or get help and support is from your peers and other people in the community. So I think that can be like incredibly powerful, and it's done a lot of good where like bad actors come in, but I think it kind of makes the rounds pretty quickly where people are like, okay, don't work with them, or it's not okay. It definitely still happens, and I won't.
Yeah.
Anyways, it definitely.
Yeah, we won't name names because we'll.
Yeah.
Andrew should cut us off quickly.
Happens. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But I think that it's something that, hopefully as an industry, we're all like trying to help each other and making sure that folks like that don't get.
Yeah, I mean, I think the general advice, to a lot of indies there is, look, there are now organizations around, like, the IGF has done it for years. John, you mentioned them earlier, IGB, Indie Game Business. There's plenty of organizations, GDDA, say we're sitting here, who you can, turn over for assistance, for safe opinion. That's what those sort of organizations are there for, is to help, and it does really pay to tap into those. Just anyway.
Yeah.
And I think a great tip is to, do your own due diligence on the publisher or funding source. If these sources aren't public about who their partners are, I think that's who at least some of their partners are. That could be a yellow flag, because you really want to be able to talk to some of their former partners and talk to who you want to talk to, not the one or two that they funnel you to talk to that did, potentially have that good experience. Have that conversation with that other developer, and ask all those difficult questions. How did, what were the strings attached with this money? Did you get in writing the support, that you sought, and did that, funding source or publisher actually deliver on those promises? Those are all, really important questions to ask for beyond just asking for money.
Yeah, I mean, they're very important questions to us. I think they're difficult questions to get sound answers to. I mean, to Kelly's point, having someone like IGF at least turn through a contract and just look for the big red flags and that sort of thing is important. I mean, because otherwise you then get into the whole, how many different contracts do I have to spend God knows how much money paying some lawyer to churn through? That gets expensive fast.
Speaking of big red flags, I'm kind of your brains on IP rights, which I kind of seen to come back in the style for publishers and other folks to ask for.
My response to that is unprintable, but carry on. Let the sane people talk first.
Yeah, I guess as someone who's, well, I don't know if I'll qualify myself as sane, but rather as someone who's never created, my own game IP, might be a little biased, but in that, I would say it depends. In an equity-based investment, in those that I do, with Tencent, IP rights aren't what we really ask for. Or what I can say I don't ask for them. I do know some publishers, indie, up to AAA do ask. Game budgets, continue to increase, and I think that's allowed them to kind of slip back into play. But I think the more important question to ask is, the division of labor towards this IP. If it's just money, that seems a little hard to swallow. But if the publisher instead is adding, a lot of tangible support to take this core concept of yours into a full-fledged game or a service or something that is bigger than you could have done on your own, then perhaps a joint ownership of the IP or something other than.
Is there such a thing?
Right. It does get to be a little bit sticky about who owns what. So that's why I think it does come down to asking, to get in writing just as much detail who is doing what in this project, because it's not just about prototyping and hitting the ship button. There's so much else that is involved. So unfortunately, I'm trying to dance on both lines and say on both sides and say it depends, because I do think it does, but it really is incumbent upon on you, the developer, to make sure you're not giving up too much for too little. And I do think that just straight up money is not enough, because there are so many funding options these days that would be a little bit more developer friendly. But Kelly, while we let Alan percolate.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I don't have as strong opinions as maybe most folks might have, but I think from an equity investing standpoint, you don't want to give your IP rights away to anybody, because a lot of the value of what an investor is going to see in your company is the IP of the games and the things that you're creating. So if you ever plan to take equity investment, just don't give up your IP rights, because that's a super valuable thing that is going to make your company less valuable to an investor and less likely that they're going to want to invest in it. I'd say kind of back in the day, it sort of felt like it was a mixed bag from my experience of what folks felt about hanging on to their IP rights or not. Because in some cases, if you're a small indie studio and you're making a game or you're making multiple games, your IP doesn't, in theory, have like value at that point, or you might not have plans to make multiple games, or it just was seen as something that wasn't, so important to give away. And there weren't too many known IPs in the sense of like in the indie game space. I think that that's changed a lot, and I think kind of skew a little bit more now on my idea that like holding on to the IP as much as you can is a good thing, because if you can create something that has value around that can have an incredible amount of value, and in some ways, be one of the most valuable things that your studio is going to have at some point, aside from like the talent and the company itself. So yeah, like what John was saying, I think if you are planning to give it away, like have a good reason and a lot of compensation or something that feels right, or just think very heavily about it, because even though it might not seem like it's valuable now, it could be in the future, right? So especially with more cross-media stuff, I feel like there's a lot of like entertainment and film and movie, TV show kind of like folks like looking to take the IP and do something with it outside of the games industry. And so there's also kind of people external to the games industry that are interested in having access to IP. So now like your IP that might not maybe have value, or that you're not thinking doesn't have value in the games industry, might have value externally. So I think there's more opportunities and more people looking for IP than there was in the past. Now I'm curious to hear the insane.
Give Alan 2 minutes.
As the opposite of sane.
You're not going to get this in 2 minutes, Andrew. Okay, deep breath. Couple of points I'd make. First off, if you are interested in the value, can you hear me? Because everything else cut out just for me. Okay. First off, if you intend your company to have value, and for example, to sell your company or anything else, to have Tencent invest in your company, the only thing of value you have, the only thing, is your IP. Your time is worth nothing. Your ideas are worth zero. Your IP, what you have done, what you have executed on, is what has value. Point one. Point two, if you're in a publishing deal and you sell your IP because you want to build a game, it's not your game. You're not building your game. You're building the publisher's game at their behest. You have handed off your control because it's their IP. And if you do that, your creative control, I mean, there may be interesting words in the contract, but ultimately it is not yours. So keep those 2 points in mind. To John's point, my personal view, I would never, ever sell our IP. We've been 17 years down that route. I would never, as a publisher, never, ever ask for your IP. If you have a desire to sell it for some reason, we can have that discussion, but I will not ask for it. Because, as I say, that's the value of your company. That is yours. That's the only thing of value you have. All your time, all your engineering, all your art, everything else, I don't care. That can be repeated. That IP is what holds the value. I mean, there's lawyers here who'll give you arguments and all the rest of it, but at the core of it, that's what has the value. And the control rests with the IP holder, ultimately. If you're in a deal with a publisher and they don't like what you're doing and you're bickering about, do we really need monsters in Bambi meets Godzilla? You're not going to win. You have handed off ownership entirely. Was that a 2-minute version, Andrew? So
Great 2-minute version.
So the summary there is, to John's point, if someone wants your IP, it's got to be worth all of that loss of control, loss of ownership to you, and you better have a damn good reason, because think what you're giving up. John, do you want to argue with me?
I don't want to argue, but I feel like there is value when looking at a studio beyond its IP, and if you're savvy,
like what?
if you're like the people that in fact are creating it, and some equity investments or acquisitions do take that into account, and incentivizing those creative leaders and technical leaders on that IP to stay after the acquisition.
Oh
right?
yes, because they have they have the expertise in that IP, and they can execute on that IP, not because they're a great engineer. Yeah, I mean, it's a company that has no IP that you buy, a service company. What are you going to pay for that? You're going to pay beans for that.
Yeah, but I didn't want all the developers here to feel like, because I do think there is some intrinsic value that they bring, at least when coupled with their IP, depending on who's offering to purchase or invest in you, may surely not have any ability to do anything with that IP, and they, it would behoove them to keep you, the developer, working and motivated. So, definitely feel free to ask for some value attached to yourself as well, is all I would encourage.
Yeah, I mean, my rant about, is because I've had this conversation with developers where they go, I don't want to show anyone my idea because I think I did this when it was still SPSU before, which dates it. 120 programmers in the room. Me pontificating about whatever it was, and that came up about our ideas, and I said, hands up in the room, everyone who's got an idea for a game. There's 120 people in the room. I swear over 200 hands went up. You go, sorry, your idea alone is worth nothing, unless you're Warren Spector. It's you've got an idea. Can you execute on it? Do you actually understand what that idea is? What you can deliver with that idea? Do you even understand where the fun is? Can you make that idea into something that is actually meaningful to a potential customer base, to people who will play it? So people have to be very, very careful about where the value is in all of this. To your point, they had to be very, very clear that, and I know a couple of companies recently that have taken that step of selling, of giving up the IP, and I use the phrase "giving up" advisedly. But you've got to be in my mind, you've got to be extremely clear as to why you're doing that and what you are getting for it. It may well be. I mean, I can think of examples where a developer's going, look, I just want to actually develop stuff. I don't want that responsibility. Fine. But make sure that whatever your rationale is a very conscious decision. And it's not, the developer asked for the IP. Ooh, well, if I'm going to get our money, I guess I kind of have to cough up. Yeah, you gathered the reason for the rant is we bumped into this one. I can say this out loud because the company went away a very long time ago with Midway in 2005. Hey, well, when we were looking at rounding up money for the first Red Orchestra, and they're going, I won't name names, but the person concerned was busy going, we can give you, we'll do $5 million for this and this, and we'll do this, and you'll give us the IP, and and the two of us were sort of sat there going, wait, what did you just say? And we were both relatively new to the games industry, John and I, and looking at each other going, we need to think about this. What does this actually mean to us? And we thought about it afterwards and talked to, actually it was Tom Buscalia, some of you no doubt know, and talked this through and realized at that point they kind of own us, and is that where we want to go? I mean, this was a long time ago and things have changed, but yeah, it's a sore topic for me.
Okay.
In case you haven't
noticed. I appreciate you opening up the wound a little bit for us to learn, but being cognizant of time, I wanted to kind of allow us all to spiel, give our spiels, and these awesome devs in the room. Like, what's the best tip or advice you could give? Say, starting with Kelly, if they're applying to 1UP Fun, what helps a dev stand out among the pack?
Yeah, so I would say, no, like what helps them stand out? We're looking for teams that have experience in the games industry, have a really interesting point of view. Like I said, we have a focus on diversity in the team and also diversity in like the kind of content. So things that maybe we haven't seen before or coming at it from a different angle. I'm a big fan of a good pitch deck. Like I just like having the information out there. This is like a detail-oriented tip, but something that I think isn't that I would like to see be more common is people explaining who the team is and who the people are that are making the game in the deck and putting it kind of up front, because you can go through a whole thing and be like, can they actually make this? And you have no idea until you get to the end or you don't hear anything about who they are. And this is kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier, is really looking at like, does the team understand what they're trying to make? Do we think that they're capable of executing on what they're trying to make? Is what they're asking for realistic for what they're trying to accomplish? So a lot of it, like, I like to think of a pitch deck as kind of like a good exercise for teams as well, to just answer a lot of questions for themselves of like, what are they trying to make? What are they trying to create? What's their vision like long term for the studio? And so, having something that's very well thought out, having a good team put together, a good idea, and really having thought through a lot of these hard questions before you go and talk to somebody is going to really like help you stick above the pack, I'd say. But we're always open to look at things. We have a contact form on the website that you can go in and you can submit your information. I'm sure people can get in touch with me or get in touch with Ed also if they have questions or are looking for some advice. But we try to look through everything and go from there. So I don't know if that's too helpful, but that's personally what I'm looking for.
Appreciate it, Kelly. Alan, do you have any tips?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at Tripwire Presents, as a publisher, Kelly's hit some key points there, which is the idea is interesting. We'd like to see a nice pitch deck. We need to Kelly's point, need to know that you understand what you're actually building, and you have the ability to execute on it, because that is extraordinarily hard. Whether it's, to Kelly's point, whether it's here's the team's palmares, they can show their track record. Or that's why we much prefer some sort of hands-on demo. It doesn't have to look pretty or anything else. Something where we can go, we're not going to worry about the art, because you can add the art as you go. Have you really got to grips with what is actually the core game loop? Have you got to grips with the meta, or whatever, all those pieces? Do you actually understand why your idea will be fun and why it will engage people? And can you execute on that? That's the core part of it. The other part is be realistic. Be in your pitch deck discussions, everything else, be brutally realistic. Do you really know what it will take you to get to the finish line? And have an awareness of all the things you don't have, all the pieces that are missing. There's nothing wrong with going to the publisher going, look, we want to do it on all platforms. We have no clue how to port. We need you to provide the port for, someone to do the port. Whatever it is, don't care. So long as you understand how to get your thing finished and what support you really need, realism. Those things make a huge difference, and that includes in the budget, time frames, and everything else.
I'm a huge fan of making realistic timelines and realistic schedules, because everybody likes to pitch an ideal schedule, an ideal budget, like you said, like crawling to early access, where like the reality of it is that's not where you, as an investor, as a publisher, really want the game to get to, because you're not looking, or you shouldn't be looking for like a deal in that sense, like as in like what's the cheapest amount of money that I can spend. You're looking for like what is the best way that this is going to get done, and how do we realistically support this so it can be successsuccessful, instead of just dumping money into something that's going to fail because nobody was realistic or self-aware enough of what they were trying to accomplish.
I think there's another key point. I'm sorry, John, I'm just going to keep rambling. I think there's another key point there, which is if someone wants your cheapest answer, you probably don't want to do business with them, because they're one of those tier 3 publishers who's punting 200 games onto Steam this year and investing at least $7 marketing dollars in helping you. Realism and understanding what you don't know, very, very important.
I'll try to tack on a few other ideas. Persistence. Developers needing money are, vastly outweigh we few who have money to give. So, if at first you don't make that breakthrough via, a DM or LinkedIn or email, please by all means, ping me a second time. At least I don't mind. And sometimes the email filter gods that are Microsoft Outlook and Tencent can prevent an email with too many attachments or links from getting through. So yeah, if you don't get me through email, please, hit me up on LinkedIn. I'll be sure to reply. For me, be purely creatively or nostalgically driven. Root, part of your thoughts of what kind of game you make in the market. Show me where the gaps are, and how you will fill those gaps. Seeing something I've never seen before is definitely going to grab my eye, and that will be, like a cool hopefully new art style or twist, as well as new gameplay. Because I think those two things help an IP stand out immediately on the market. And then, yes, definitely present your ideas about gameplay from the moment-to-moment mechanics all the way through to long-term progression. We definitely love our sticky, long-term games, service-like games. And with Kelly's point about bringing up experience, if you lack commercial experience, do a game jam or submit your game to anything like SIEGE and let folks vote on it. And any kind of success you get from even a game jam could lead to commercial success. One of my games from Humble called Forager, Game Maker Game Jam in a week, and that title went on to sell about 1 million copies. Not too shabby. And Andrew, I apologize to the whole group that I didn't leave much time or any time for questions, but is there a way that I can at least my email or contact info to hear folks' questions after the session?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'd like to keep you on for another 5 minutes because we did get a bunch of questions. I want to get at least 2 asked. But give me the preferred contact, and I will throw it up in the YouTube chat for the entire world to start deluging you with non-spam.
Awesome. But yeah, I mean, I can stay around for a few. I just didn't want to push other folks' sessions. Go ahead.
Sure. So let's drill down to a couple. You talked a lot about what developers should not give up, but what are devs going to give up? Obviously, the publisher, a percentage of the gross. But what else should devs legitimately expect to give up?
I would say, in a publisher context, debate, certain rights to sequels, DLCs, and whatnot. Publishers will definitely be hungry to be able to continue that work on that game, especially if it did well. Conversely, you as the dev, make sure that's not locked up in perpetuity. Make sure the publisher sets an adequate timeline to be like 30 days or something to evaluate, to say whether or not they will actually fund and continue the IP and sequels. If within 30 days they don't decide they want to work with you on the sequel, then you should have the rights. You should argue for the rights to get that game back and continue it forward. Let's see. Yeah, there's other issues, around rights of first negotiation or refusal that I'm sure Alan could touch on as well. Beyond those, make sure if your publisher asks for all platform rights that they can actually deliver on those platforms. And if not, again, make sure there's a caveat to get those rights back if the publisher doesn't deliver on a certain time. So that they ask for mobile rights and they have no intention or ability to publish a game on mobile successfully. Yep, I'll let some others chime in.
I'll just pop in real quick on a kind of equity investment thing. So, it's in the name, like they're going to ask for equity in your company. So you want to think about in the long term, like how much are you planning to raise and how many rounds are you going to do, so you can kind of figure out the math to try and keep that you have at least a majority control of the company. But primarily that's what investors are going to look for. Some strategic investors or investors globally might look for things like maybe they ask for publishing rights and like in China or something, or things like that. But you kind of want to be leery of giving up too much early in an equity deal, because that's going to kind of box out potential acquisition and potential investors later on. So earlier on, you don't really want to be giving up much. Something that I also didn't really realize until I got into this is that like investors aren't taking any of your profits, essentially. I mean, every deal is different, but like the way an investor gives you money and then they don't really make a return on the investment unless your company gets acquired. So it's not a case like how a publisher is, where you're giving up a % of your royalties or a % profit in the company, or however you have it set up. They are getting a % of the sale of the company, and that's also something that they're going to look at. But it's just something to keep in mind, is that like if you have equity investment, if your games are profitable, you're not like giving that up to somebody essentially until the company is acquired. So I just kind of wanted to put in a little note on that was news to me.
Yep, Kelly's absolutely right. I mean, publishers, we want to share revenue with you. We don't want a piece of the company. Investors, they want a piece of the company. They have no interest in the revenue, except in how it increases the value of your company, which is another back to my point about IP and the value of your company. So if you're going that anyway, I can't resist. Sorry, John, to your point about rights of first refusal, last match, all this stuff. We actually spent the last couple of years reviewing our publishing contracts from the perspective of us as a developer. What would we accept? So we no longer put in anything about sequels or anything else. If your game is a hit and you do a sequel to it, congratulations. If we worked together really, really well, I hope you come back to us and say, hey, let's do that again. But we take the view as well that, hey, we did a thing together, it was a complete nightmare, and we hate you. Why would we force each other to work together again? It'll be another nightmare. We're not that cash hungry. We probably should be, but there comes a point where, no, it's not worth it, for either for the developer or for the publisher. So all of that, it is very common, and I know, and pretty standard that, rights of first refusal, last match, whatever it's described as in the contract, is there for sequels and things like that, and for DLC. We do attach everything to that game. So we're looking for all the rights around this one piece, which means if you're doing monetization, DLC, if you do merch and things like that, we want it to be a complete package. But that's it. It's one complete package. In terms of other things that developers would give up to a publisher, I mean, basically, I'm struggling to think of anything. I mean, in our case, we want to work together to make a bunch of money together, so that you can go and make another game, and so that we can invest in more games. That's kind of the rationale to it. We don't want to take control of the game. We're not interested. Well, I make the point that we will give developers feedback, and you are required to respond to that feedback. Don't have to like it, don't have to action it, but we want to know. If we say we want this, we think this is horrible here, and you go, but that's key to our game. It's your game, it's your call. We're trying to help you build the best possible game, but we may get into heated arguments over beer about what's the best way to handle movement in VR or something. I don't know. But it's your game. And as you gathered, I'm a huge exponent of developers starting from the point of give up as little as possible, for as much as possible. But at the end of the day, if you want it to be a good, solid working relationship and last a long time, you also want it to be a good relationship for everybody, the classic win-win scenario.
All right, excellent. And Kelly touched on our second question, so I appreciate you hanging out a little bit longer. How important is the international appeal of a game as opposed to just the developer's domestic audience? And secondly, if it is important, how can a developer demonstrate that to you?
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I would say, the global market is big, right? It's an obvious thing to say, but, it's nice to have appeal for your game in multiple markets. I think it really kind of depends on what you, as a studio, what your goals are. If you're going to partner with a publisher or an equity investor, what their goals are. As far as like scope and scale of things, it might be something that it's like, okay, we're never going to localize it and we're not going to distribute it in these regions, and you can just be fine with that. There are some regions in the world that are pretty difficult, if not quite impossible, for Western developers to just do on their own. So you may need to have a partner or look for a partner to do publishing rights, globally and in other locations. I think that as far as like showing that, I don't know if it's something that I see focused on like specifically. I think it's kind of implied a lot of times, or if you want to talk about where your regional markets are, I think it's probably a little more divided for mobile, just because of the way that mobile, is distributed and run in different markets and stuff like that. But, if you're going on console, like they have entire departments and markets and stuff, that work on like putting your game out into different markets that you just kind of do by going through working with, Sony or Nintendo or Microsoft or one of those folks. In PC, it's a little similar too. There's kind of a handful of places that you can distribute your game at that will be available in a variety of regions, and whether you localize for that or, like actually localize the language or like culturally localize for different locations, I think is kind of up to the scope and scale of what the team wants to create. But I wouldn't kind of like just write off, putting your game out to a bunch of people, because the more people that play it, the better, right?
I would interchange international ambitions with ubiquity. If you're really up for the task of making cross-play, cross-platform game, and if you want to figure out how to lower the barrier of entry, which in my mind, free to play, as stigmatized as it might be in some places, that will net you. If you can get your game on PC, mobile, console, or if you can just do it on PC and you're open to work and do co-dev with someone like Tencent to help bring it to mobile at the same time, you're going to net the largest potential audience that there is. You're not alienating any platform. There is a challenge and an art to designing non-intrusive free-to-play monetization, and that's got to be a different topic for a different time. But I just would point you to stuff that's even outside of our purview or outside of our portfolio. The Genshin Impacts and even the Diablo Immortals of this time, as heated as some folks got with some of these titles and their monetization strategies. They're killing it, and they both launched pretty much the same game on PC as well as mobile. I think that is how in the future you'll reach the largest potential audience.
Yeah.
And yeah, to Kelly's point, I mean, you talk about partners. I mean, China is an obvious market that's huge, but very difficult for Western developers to pitch at. And you've got one of the John represents one of the largest Chinese partners in the market. So there's a go talk. I'm pointing at the wrong
the person to talk to.
Yeah, but it is a key point. We tend to find that the world is very global now. Yes, localization, other things like that. We don't tend to take or attempt to take a view of how do we make this product more global, or is this a product we're going to focus on the Chinese market, because we don't have that expertise. Like we don't have the expertise in free to play, for example. And to John's point, that's a 2-hour topic in its own right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all very much, John. If you want to give us the contact info, we'll go ahead and slap it in there. We've already put the OneUp website and the Tripwire careers page up in chat.
And you can put the Tripwire publishing page up, please.
All right. We'll get that one up there as well.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate you taking the time today. Great input, great comments in the chat. And we'll now move into the security side of things. So thank you all.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
10 security tips to protect your user data. Hello everyone, My name is Anatoly Lubarsky. I've been a software developer for more than 20 years, and last decade I am an independent game developer. My company name is X2Line. I created games like Baby Adopter, Little Girl Magic, Orange 3, Egg Formula, Baby Adopter Galaxy, and others. My games are published on mobile platforms as free games and also on HTML5 platforms like Crazy Games and Game Distribution, and also on social network platforms like Facebook. On each platform, we have millions of downloads for our primary games and tens of thousands of positive reviews. I also worked as R&D manager for Observit, the company that created a security software product, insider threat management software. Observit protects against data loss, malicious acts, and brand damage involving insiders acting maliciously, negligently, or unknowingly. The software was integrated into the bank's systems and large corporation networks. I've got my security expertise and experience while working there. This talk will focus on data security for client-server games. Client-server architecture means that there are client devices where users typically play the game, and there is a centralized server which controls all communications and stores game progress and users' data. While the focus is on client-server games, I think the talk would be useful also from general security point of view, and I will mention generic security tips, those that are useful for all types of systems and devices used. I will go through basic security guidelines, and then I will mention more advanced protection of personally identifiable information, PII, through the layers of the client-server system. Personally identifiable information is users' identifiable information, which is stored by the game or the application. Storing this information makes developers responsible for the security of this information. So the question is, how much time and how many resources should I as game developer invest in security? Sometimes securing your game comes at the cost of valuable time that could otherwise be used for game's feature development. Also, the game or application becomes less maintainable. Some basic security measures, though, are relatively easy to implement or even integrate into development process cycle. Probably it would not be wise to invest much into security architecture during prototyping or during developing the alpha or proof of concept. However, you need to be ready with a security solution plan at the time of a launch. Once a game gets some traction and becomes successful with many downloads, it would be at high risk if not secure enough, and at this point it might be also too late because the game becomes a target. I can mention a recent security breach in Rockstar when on 18th of September 90 videos showing 50 minutes of work in progress game footage were leaked. The footage contains animation tests, gameplay tests, level layouts, and conversations between characters. The hacker claimed to be behind the Uber security breach from the earlier week. They claimed to have downloaded the files directly from Rockstar's internal Slack groups and that they possessed source code, assets, and other internal information. I can also mention the recent security breach in Cisco, when initial access to the Cisco VPN was achieved via the successful compromise of a Cisco's employee's personal Google account. After obtaining the user's credentials, the attacker attempted to bypass multi-factor authentication using a variety of techniques. Once the attacker had obtained initial access, they enrolled a series of new devices for multi-factor authentication and authenticated successfully to the Cisco VPN. The attacker then escalated to administrative privileges, allowing them to log in to multiple systems. Following initial access to the environment, the threat actor conducted a variety of activities for the purposes of maintaining access, minimizing forensic artifacts, and increasing their level of access to systems within the environment. Modern security standards are much higher now than 10 or 20 years ago, and they continue to evolve. Each major platform updates their security and privacy policies at least several times a year, and developers spend much of their time for compliance matters. The following best practices and general guidelines and don't represent a complete security solution. Because these best practices might not be appropriate or sufficient for your environment, treat them as helpful considerations rather than prescriptions. Tip number 1 is about securing the traffic from the client device to our server. We need to make sure that the data that reaches our server or the cloud can be trusted. By current standards, using HTTPS TLS is a must. Each domain name should have an SSL certificate configured on the server. To prepare a server to accept HTTPS connections, the administrator must create a public key certificate for the web server. This certificate must be signed by a trusted security certificate authority for the client device to accept it without warning. The authority certifies that the certificate holder is the operator of the server that presents it. HTTP, FTP, and SMTP server logs should be enabled so that we can keep track and monitor and be able to check if something suspicious had happened. Speaking about communication between the client device and the server, I'd recommend signing requests. The signature is a piece of text which is sent with the request. The signature signs other meaningful parts of a request using some known algorithm and a public secret key. On the server, the request's parts are signed again and signatures are compared. Signing ensures that the request was not tampered or eavesdropped. Tip number 2 is firewall. Firewall on the server side is very important. The best option is to have a hardware firewall. A hardware firewall is a network device that is connected upstream from a server. The firewall blocks unwanted traffic from a server before the traffic ever reaches the server. The main advantage to having a hardware firewall is that a server only has to handle good traffic and no resources are wasted dealing with the bad traffic. The firewall should be configured with rules like so. Only ports 80 and 443 should be opened for public. It is internet traffic. All other ports should be blocked by default. Certain IPs should be denied all access. I am talking about IPs identified and tracked to be a source of malicious requests or DDoS attempts. Some ports are required for administration, for example remote access. Therefore, while these ports are opened, they should be restricted only to certain IPs which should be whitelisted temporarily. Tip number 3 is securing database. After we secure the requests and those are streamed to our server via the firewall, the next layer to secure is our database, where we plan to store personally identifiable information plus other gameplay-related data. The database is the most important layer to secure. Modern security posture assumes a low-trust network, where it is assumed a network breach may occur. If the server is compromised, we still need to make sure that the data that is stored in the database is secure and can be neither stolen nor tampered. The data should be encrypted at rest within the database. Encrypted at rest is a security term, which means that the personally identifiable information data which is stored in the database is in encrypted and non-readable format, and even admin or developer is not able to read the data. The data can't be leaked or even downloaded onto the employee's device. Latest versions of popular database engines like MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server, or Oracle support encryption out of the box, but sometimes only in enterprise versions. But usually it is not very complicated to configure encryptions for all personally identifiable information data columns. That would make sure the data encrypted at rest. A special user should be configured for the database server, and specific database users should be configured for each database using the least security privilege guideline in mind. The database user should have permissions to only execute stored procedures, and no other permissions like select or update should be enabled for the database users. All queries should be written in stored procedures, and no SQL code should appear in the application code. Another security measure on the database layer that is very useful to implement security-wise is signing database records. Certain columns of the record are signed with a certain algorithm and a secret key before the insert, and a special column called signature would store a signature for each record. When the data is fetched, the fields are signed again and the signatures would be compared. That would make sure that the data is not tampered or replaced within the record or between records. This technique is similar to the technique of signing requests I discussed earlier. Tip number 4 is using MFA when we access hosting portal or remote access. MFA stands for multi-factor authentication. MFA is an electronic authentication method in which a user is granted access to a website or application only after successfully presenting 2 or more pieces of evidence or factors to an authentication mechanism. Knowledge, something only the user knows. Possession, something only the user has. And inherence, something only the user is. Multi-factor authentication protects user data, which may include personal identification or even financial assets, from being accessed by an unauthorized third party that may have been able to discover, for example, a single password. Multi-factor authentication is a must-have feature when we access hosting portal. I'd also recommend using multi-factor authentication. Sometimes it is called two-factor authentication on Google accounts and social network accounts. There are several types of multi-factor authentication available. Some of them are not very secure. For example, after we enter user and password, a code is sent either by email or text message, and we need to fill it in order to authenticate. If email or phones are compromised even temporarily, then the intruder would be able to overcome the multi-factor authentication. That type of multi-factor authentication could not be considered 100% secure. This type of multi-factor authentication was breached during recent security incident at Cisco. However, even not secure MFA would still be better than no multi-factor authentication at all. More secure multi-factor authentication is to use a third-party authentication application to generate codes installed on a secondary mobile device. One example is Duo application that is used by many organizations for multi-factor authentication. The most secure multi-factor authentication standard is called 5NFC, where USB and NFC hardware security device is used for multi-factor authentication. Tip number 5 is Vault, or secret management. Until now, we discussed securing traffic from client device to the server, firewall, multi-factor authentication access to the hosting portal, data encrypted at rest in the database, signing database records, and signing requests. Probably the last layer to secure that we have not discussed yet is securing secrets stored at the server. Typically, database connection strings are stored on the server within text configuration files in clear text. This is the most common way developers store database connection strings. If the server is compromised though, or breached into, the connection to the database and other secrets might be compromised too. Vault is a system that provides secrets management, identity-based access, encrypting and auditing of secrets for database systems and users. Vault is a centralized secret management and application middleware for key management and data encryption. Within Vault, the secrets are encrypted at rest and access is auditable. Some Vault solutions are free, for example, HashiCorp Vault, which you can see in this screenshot. Tip number 6 is SAST, which stands for Static Application Security Testing. We went through all layers from traffic to database with tips to secure each layer. We also need to check our game software for potential vulnerabilities. For that, we can use SAST, Static Application Security Testing software, which is used to simply scan the source code for vulnerabilities. Costs to fix in development are 10 times lower than in testing and 100 times lower than in production. SAST tools run automatically, either at the code level or application level, and do not require interaction. When SAST is integrated into continuous integration and delivery process, SAST tools can be used to automatically stop the integration process if critical vulnerabilities are identified. Because the tool scans the entire source code, it can cover 100% of it, while, for example, dynamic application security testing covers its execution and possibly missing parts of the application or unsecured configuration in configuration files. SAST tools can offer extended functionalities such as quality and architectural testing. There is a direct correlation between the quality and the security. Bad quality software is also poorly secured software. Unlike dynamic application security testing, SAST main focus is the source code, which makes it white box testing. A SAST tool scans the source code of the application and its components to identify potential security vulnerabilities in their software and architecture. Some static analysis tools are pretty good and are able to detect most existing security vulnerabilities in the code. In this screenshot, you can see AppScan-Go static analysis test application tool by HCL Software. Tip number 7 is general maintenance. The server should be routinely updated. The server should be constantly monitored. Usually hosting platform provides ping monitoring. The server should be routinely checked for viruses. And if it's Windows, it should be routinely updated. The server should have a system for user management with the least security privilege guideline in mind. Tip number 8 is cloud hosting security. Typically, developers would use cloud for storing static assets. The cloud hosting should also be secured. It is usually done by configuring policies. For example, Amazon S3 has buckets, and we can configure policies for each bucket. For example, we need to prohibit read-write access for buckets and only allow read access for individual assets. Again, we should use least privilege access guideline. Another tip is to require HTTPS access and optionally enable server-side encryption in cloud solutions that provide this option. For example, Amazon S3. Tip number 9 is privacy policy. The game's privacy policy should be specific for the specific game and for the specific platform. Each platform is different. Google, Facebook, Apple, or Steam, and each platform has different requirements. It would be a mistake to create a universal unified privacy policy for the game or for all of your games on all platforms. We should consider creating a separate version of privacy policy for each of the platforms the game is deployed. Privacy policy should typically describe what personally identifiable information data is stored, and each piece of stored personally identifiable information should be justified for storing. The user should have options to request data deletion, and these options should be listed in the privacy policy. Tip number 10, and the last one, is using backup. We should backup everything either on the server production environment or on developer devices. Backup is the most important because if the server is hacked and the data is compromised, if we have backups, we may still restore everything. Backup and restore is an essential component of any business disaster recovery strategy. Windows Backup and Restore makes periodic full image backups of your files on a schedule you specify. It can also create a backup image of your entire system, operating system, applications, files, settings, etc., so that you can recover everything if needed. An additional tool called File History can be set to automatically save multiple versions of a file so you can recover the file to a desired version or point in time. For Apple, built into Apple Mac OS, Time Machine automatically performs hourly, daily, and weekly backups of your entire Mac system. It can save the backup to your Mac to an external drive. When it's time to restore files, Time Machine lets you flip through dated backups to choose the recovery point you want. You can back up and restore SQL database easily from the command line or SQL IDE. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Today we're talking neck stretches for esports athletes. All of these will be moderate intensity. Take a few fingers, allow yourself to achieve a nice moderate intensity stretch on the opposite side. With your opposite hand, reach towards the floor. Repeat on the opposite side. Light pressure with a few fingers, reaching towards the floor with that opposite hand. 4 repetitions each direction. Second stretch will be taking your chin down towards your armpit. Same side, a few fingers. This will achieve a stretch on the back of the neck. Repeat on the opposite side, chin towards the armpit, light pressure through the fingers. Hold all of these for 30 seconds. It's a great way to prevent neck pain during esports competitions. I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Oftentimes, esports athletes have pain in the front of their shoulders due to being in a gaming position for prolonged periods that closes our shoulders off. What you can do to combat that, find a door frame, put your elbow at shoulder height, turn away from the door frame until you find a moderate intensity stretch through the front of your pec, hold for 30 seconds, and release. Slide the hand higher up the door frame. Away from, achieve a moderate intensity stretch and release. Complete 4 repetitions at each location, and that will help prevent shoulder pain for esports athletes.
All right, everybody. Been a great day of Siege already. Lots of incredible information. Really happy to have Robin Koman back again. We've been talking about keeping yourself secure, making money for your studio, and the great looks at the AI. But of course, a key part of many of our games is the characters and the audience we sell to. And there is a audience we have been not appealing to, and a type of character we haven't done very well with, and that is the older demographic and older characters. So really happy that we're going to get this presentation on designing older characters. I think it works both ways. Put them in the game, make them feel included, get more of their money. I mean, have a more inclusive game that reaches a better audience. We're going to be doing this a little differently. I'll be sharing the slides, so Robin will be telling me when to move forward. So if anything goes wrong with it, we'll find someone else to blame. No, it's my fault. So gonna give this a try. Let's see how it works, because now I can't watch OBS at the same time I'm doing it. Ready, everyone? 1080 looks good. Full screen, there we go. And sorry, Robin, I'm gonna take the focus off of you so that everyone can see the presentation. All right, let's do it.
Great. Well, thanks so much for the awesome introduction, Andrew. I absolutely agree. Talking about this for many reasons, diversity among them, but absolutely a way to make more money for your games potentially by tapping into a different audience. So I'm Robin Koman. This is character design for older adults, and we'll leap right in. So we'll go on to the next slide. So we are going to be talking about the audience just a little bit. So I just want to kind of introduce you to what is currently going on in research related to older adults and where gaps are in that research. So we'll kind of talk about stereotypes versus what is actually going on. We're going to basically then talk about a survey that I designed to get some information about this topic and then go over the results. And so we'll be talking about older baby boomers who are age 66 to 76. We're going to be talking about young baby boomers who are between the ages of 58 and 65, older Gen Xers who are between the ages of 50 and 57, and then younger Gen Xers who are between the ages of 42 to 49. Older adults technically in the literature, in terms of the study of this, begins at age 50. But since Gen Xers are getting, obviously already a part of this as older Gen Xers, but are getting so close for this full generation demographic to be technically older adults, worth looking at what's going on with the younger end of that generation as well. So we'll move on here. So as I mentioned before, let's get past the stereotypes. Let's look at what's really going on with this audience. So next. So I think when people think about older adults and games, they think of basically their own grandparents, like some, super old people who maybe were adults when games came onto the market, never really played them, and maybe now, play Words with Friends and, digitizations of board games and card games. The reality is that older adults run quite a gambit. When you look again at 50 and up, that includes Gen Xers, baby boomers, and members of the silent generation. And so that audience of folks, baby boomers and members of the silent generation, typically are playing games, and actually a pretty surprising variety of games, on things like laptops, tablets, and personal computers. They predominantly play more casual player set pace, mentally challenging things like puzzle games and card games. And maybe not super surprising that a lot of the research related to older adults and games has focused on the rehabilitative potential of games. And so it's really focused on old age in a way related to decline, and the way that games can help to, sort of recover from decline or even prevent decline, versus actually looking at other ways that games can be meaningful. And so, as I mentioned, you've got tons of folks who are older adults playing games, including Gen Xers who actually grew up with the game industry. So they were, older children and in their teens for older Gen Xers when the game industry really began to take off. And so for older Gen Xers and for younger baby boomers, they really do play all different kinds of games, and really on every platform you can think of. They're playing on console, they're playing on mobile, they're playing on tablets, they're playing on laptops. In terms of specific research related to Generation X as they become older adults, I'll be honest, there just isn't a lot yet. I think that folks are just starting to think about the fact that the first generation to grow up with games is actually now entering, this phase of being an older adult. And so there's a little bit that's been done that sort of looks broadly at some tendencies of gameplay. But even then, when you look at the, again, body of research out there, it's mainly about the therapeutic potential of games. So we'll move on to the next slide. And so, the major gap for me that I noticed when it comes to older adults and games is that there really isn't as much research out there on games really for their engagement and entertainment value, right? Folks that approach this medium who happen to be over the age of 50 aren't necessarily looking for or in need of therapeutic experiences. And so why isn't there research about what's engaging from a gameplay perspective, what's engaging in this case from a character design perspective? And so there are folks like Bob DeShooter and Hannah Marstead who are out there and doing some research on Sherry Grainer Ray, research on how older adults feel sort of generally about different aspects of gameplay. But there are a lot of areas that haven't been covered yet. And so when I first thought about diving into this area of research, I was like, wow, you could research anything, but you can't research everything, right? You have to have a good scope in research, just like you do when you're developing games. And so I decided to focus on character. So we'll go to the next slide if we could. And so the why of this, like why I decided to focus on character. I guess, for those of you who aren't familiar with me from past presentations, I have a background in game design as well as a background in education and in creative writing. And so character is something that in many ways is very important to me. And I think it's also a really vital part of the gameplay experience. Games present us with the opportunity to take on a part, to really immerse ourselves in a role in a way that other forms of entertainment don't. And so it becomes one of those key draws when we think about motivations for why players choose to play certain games, that potential for wish fulfillment, that potential for role play. And so, since that relationship is so unique and since it's such a powerful part of what the games we create have to offer, how can we better create characters for this audience demographic, right? Which is just getting bigger. And we'll talk about the spending habits and such a little bit later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So what I decided to do was to go ahead and actually run a study. And so working with Lindenwood University, I designed and conducted a study in fall of 2021 that I distributed to a variety of different social media sites and Discord groups.
Oh, do we freeze? Crash. Lovely. Lovely, lovely.
Hey, Andrew,
Hey,
you back?
Discord crashed on me.
Gotcha.
So
It's okay.
we'll just take it from survey results.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, my machine is being taxed, unfortunately. Make sure
Yeah,
we
I'm
can
so
do this.
sorry about that. Sure. And for folks who are hearing our conversation, just having some technical difficulties, so we're just going to hop right back in.
Not yet, not yet, not yet. I'll throw it to you. Oh yeah, you all can hear me. Haha, I didn't turn off my mic either. Yeah, some technical difficulties. Here we go.
So just as a quick recap, back in fall of 2021, I went ahead and conducted a survey gathered results. And so basically what I'd like to do is just talk about the data that I found and what I learned about what older adults are looking for from game characters. I asked some other questions about tendencies of play in terms of platform and genre, because I think that does have implications for likely what kind of avatar we would be dealing with. And so we'll chat about that as well as we go through. So we can go ahead and move on to the next slide. So first, we're going to talk about older baby boomers. So we're going to be looking at that range of 66 to 73-year-olds. Again, I'm not saying that this is the oldest that gamers are who are playing games for our industry, but was just one of the demographics that I focused on for this particular area of research. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next slide, please. So 3 big areas: motivations, platform, and genre. And so the number one motivation for these older baby boomers, who again contextually would have been, late teens, early 20s, when the very early days of the arcade industry began, their major motivation for playing video games now, and in this case in 2021, were entertainment and socialization. And so old baby boomers are looking to play games for fun, not for rehabilitation or for therapeutic purposes, but also to connect to people. This does support literature on aging that talks about loneliness as a pretty common issue. And so not surprising at all that they would be looking for the opportunity to socialize through play. In terms of platforms, as you can see, they play on a variety of different platforms. So we have folks who play on computer, we have folks who play on mobile phones, as well as on tablets. And so it's typically tech that they are comfortable using in daily life. Older baby boomers aren't what we would call digital natives. A lot of the technology of the personal computing era and cellular era and the internet, right, has really come along after they were already well into adulthood. And so there's definitely a tendency to stick to technology they're comfortable with. In terms of genres, one of the things that surprised me was that there was such a high response for the action genre. So even though these folks are older baby boomers, they like playing reflexively driven experiences. They also enjoy role-playing games. And so we'll talk about that in relationship to the kinds of characters that they enjoy. They also like strategy games, not surprising, with the emphasis on mental skill. And then digitized board games, which again is one of those sort of common threads in and amongst older adult players as you go baby boomer and older into members of the silent generation. Next, please. So in terms of character style, so the kinds of avatars that they prefer, older baby boomers, number one was non-human characters, which that was really interesting. So they would prefer sort of a more fanciful avatar, you might say. When it is a human avatar, they mentioned a preference for a first-person point of view, so where you would really maybe be able to project yourself into the world a bit more, or the use of a more stylized character. So not, in this case, looking for sort of a photorealistic avatar. In terms of the demographics of characters, the preference here was for younger characters, or in some cases, characters their own age, or characters that were customizable. And this is one of those things that you're definitely going to see as a trend, is that desire for customization. In terms of the desire for younger characters, I think we could link that to a few things. We could probably link that a bit to nostalgia. We could also potentially link that, as sad as it may be, to ageism, to not wanting to be, associated with some of the negative qualities that are often sort of stereotypically connected to aging. In terms of what they want from customization, the most popular areas of customization were things like hair color and the skills and abilities of the character. So they wanted to change the way the character behaved mechanically and be able to change the look of hair, which again are pretty interesting results. So we'll move on now to our younger baby boomers. So this is our 58 to 65-year-old gamers. And so again, sort of contextually, these are folks who would have been, late childhood early teens as the arcade era began to really take off. So we'll move on to the next slide and talk a little bit about some of the findings here. So motivations, entertainment is still number one. So again, notice we don't have therapeutic desires or rehabilitative desires here. And number two was relaxation. And so I feel that, right? In this day and age, lots of stressful things in the world. So totally understandable why we might be looking to relax. In terms of platforms, not too much different here, right? So we still have players who typically are playing on mobile, tablet, or computer. It doesn't mean there aren't any younger baby boomers who are playing, or even older baby boomers who are playing on a platform like console. They're just much rarer, perhaps, for my particular study in terms of responses. And then genre were casual games and strategy games for the top two. I think, interestingly, not necessarily games where we always would expect to maybe have traditional avatar, but maybe would, have sort of a either stylized representation or just a first person point of view. So we'll move on to the next slide, please. So in terms of character style, again, perhaps not surprisingly, the number one choice was a first person point of view. They also had an equal interest in those characters being stylized or realistic. There wasn't a strong preference in either direction there. In terms of demographics, wholeheartedly, younger baby boomers were looking for characters that were customizable. They want to be able to change things. And the most popular things that they wanted to change were clothing choice and body type. And so, do you have a big, burly, sort of, mesomorphic character, or a more slim and elegant, ectomorphic character, in addition to the clothing that the character was wearing? And so in this case, for younger baby boomers particularly, it really seems there's an interest in making a character that is their own. So next slide, please. Awesome. So we're going to move on to our older Gen Xers at this point. And so again, this is really the first part of the Gen X generation that is hitting that older adult status based on the scientific literature. And so these are 50 to 57-year-olds who have grown up with the game industry, who were kids when, the arcade and early console era kicked off, and in many cases have continued to play games throughout their entire lives. There may have been, dips, for an example, when increased life responsibilities came along, like marriage or kids or work. But folks who have continued to play and who now, as they're getting older, maybe have, for the average 50 to 57-year-old, kids are probably grown, or in their mid to later teens if they're not grown. And so suddenly, with more free time, are returning to playing games in larger numbers. So we'll move on to the next slide, please. So in terms of motivations, again, number one, entertainment. Number two, relaxation. And so much like younger baby boomers, older Gen Xers, just looking to be entertained and looking to find stress relief. In terms of platforms here, we definitely see consoles becoming a more popular tool, in addition to things like mobile phones and computers. And so there's a much higher percentage of older adults in the older Gen X range that are playing on console. And then in terms of genre, you see a very interesting variety. So folks that are interested in RPGs who are also playing action adventure games that have these narrative aspects as well as reflex-driven play. And then strategy games, again, were quite popular with this particular audience. So let's look at their preferences for character just a little bit. So we'll move on to the next slide. So in terms of style, realistic came across right away as the top fave for this group, which I thought was really interesting. So where it was kind of moderate interest with younger baby boomers and not really an interest at all with older baby boomers, it was definitely something that was a stronger interest here, maybe perhaps tied to the kinds of games that they would have grown up playing. A first-person point of view is also very popular, followed pretty closely by stylized characters, so that still creeps in. And here, with this audience for the first time, a specific desire to play a character that's the same gender. And so I thought, again, quite interesting, given that, obviously I'll speak as a woman, growing up playing games, I'm not an older Gen Xer, but I'm a younger Gen Xer growing up playing games. More often than not, I didn't have the option to play as a female character. And so when you look at older adults in terms of the audience base, we actually have more women over the age of 50 playing games than men. And so seeing that desire to play a character of the same gender, I thought, has some interesting implications for our Gen Xers and younger. So in terms of demographics, again, the desire is for customization. That was the number one ask. And so they didn't, make necessarily specific preferences for a particular age or a particular ethnicity, but wanted to be able to customize the character. And here, a variety of customizations. So things like hairstyle and color, things like eye color, as well as clothing were all sort of top asks from this group in terms of what they would be able to customize. So I mentioned earlier, even though we're not technically in that range of older adults yet for younger Gen Xers, I think it's really interesting to see what the next generation of older adults is looking for from characters and how it compares to these other older adult groups that we've talked about. So we're going to hop to the next slide here and look at our younger Gen Xers. So these are folks who are between the ages of 42 and 49. And so I mentioned I myself am in this demographic group. And so younger Gen Xers are folks who absolutely have grown up with the game industry, who maybe would have experienced the, a little bit of a crash that happened and then the resurgence of the game industry with the release of the NES, and then really grown up through all the subsequent generations of development in terms of console. And obviously, the rise in popularity of PC-based gaming, as well as the really meteoric rise in popularity of social gaming on mobile devices. So we'll hop to the next slide and talk a little bit about what they're looking for. And so in terms of motivation, we had 3: entertainment, relaxation, and socializing. I thought it was really interesting that younger Gen Xers and older baby boomers, who maybe perhaps, in some cases it's like a parent and child age range difference, were both interested in that focus on socialization. In this range, I think too, when you look at 42 to 49-year-olds, they are more likely to have kids that are a little bit younger, so maybe older children to early teens, and so maybe looking for that opportunity to socialize from that regard. In terms of platforms, much like our older Gen Xers, they really do play everywhere. And so younger Gen Xers are really playing across all the different platforms that are available. And in terms of genre, you still see action, adventure, and RPG, but here we also fold in casual games. Since younger Gen Xers, again, still, I guess based on age, not technically digital natives, but likely very comfortable with technologies that have arisen, in their 20s and 30s. That casual game piece is likely tied in no small part to the rise of popularity of social mobile-based play. So let's talk a little bit about character for this group. So we'll move on to the next slide. So in terms of style, again, first-person point of view, really popular amongst these respondents, followed by a tie, just a full-on tie between stylized and realistic. And so it seems like our audience really kind of throughout these older adults in many ways is pretty flexible in terms of the baseline kind of aesthetic approach with the character. Obviously, our older adults aren't as interested in realism, but for younger baby boomers, older Gen Xers, and younger Gen Xers, we see that flexibility. Demographically, again, a character that they can customize. If you look at recent statistics on offerings among customization, back in 2019 at the E3 event, around 60% of games that were announced that year were offering customization. And so it does seem to be something that the industry is already doing, which is great. And then in terms of the type of customization, again, very robust. So hairstyle, hair color, eye color, and body type. So they really do want to be able to sort of fully invent a character. When you think about the asks for customization from a design perspective, think about the complexity of customization systems, right? So there's a difference, for an example, between designing your farmer for Farmville, where you're picking a hair color and an eye color and choosing between a male and a female avatar, and something like Skyrim, where you have this really deep, complex system where you're choosing between different species and or races. You're choosing between, different classes of character, and you really have this very robust ability to adjust the appearance of a character and really make it your own. And so I do think there's some interesting implications about what level of complexity of a customization system might be warranted given the platform and the genre of games, as well as the customization asks that a particular generation is looking for. So we'll go to the next slide, please. So one of the questions that I asked in my survey was how my respondents think older adults are depicted in games. And so something that I want you all to keep in mind when we talk about how older adults are depicted in games is how rare it is to have older adult characters in games. And I don't mean just as a player character, I mean at all. And so if you look at something like the virtual census that was done by Dimitri Williams and Mia Consalvo back in 2009, and then the virtual census 2.0 that was done, I think, 2020, which basically looked at like more than 100 of the games that were on the market for a span of time and analyzed character tendency. They found from 2009 to 2020 that there was virtually no change in the tendency or the propensity of games to include older adult characters. It hovers right around 2%. This is probably not that surprising when you consider the fact that the game industry has a workforce that is like 9% of people are over the age of 50. And so first, there aren't many older adult characters, right? And then there even fewer of them are actually playable. And so I asked this question, when you do see them, what do you think of the way that they're portrayed? And so this is the results that I received. So older baby boomers basically said, when older adult characters appear, they're stereotyped, and any narrative that includes them usually focuses on mental and physical decline. So sort of the most traditional stereotypes around aging. Younger baby boomers said not only are older adults stereotyped, but they're stereotyped as victims. So helpless and vulnerable. And also said not only are there stories about mental and physical decline, but they're usually about death or dying. And so either the assumption is that, they're toward the end of their life, or that they may actually die in the course of a game being played. For older Gen Xers, they said older adults are stereotyped not just as victims, but often as villains. And I'll throw this out there. If you're a woman and you're an older adult character, odds are you're a villain. It's very rare for older women to be portrayed positively in games, which is a bummer. And then again, stories that focus on death or decline. For younger Gen Xers, we get back to the idea of older adults stereotyped as victims, and here specifically with stories that focus on physical decline. So you can see not a super positive view of the way that older adults are depicted in games. And so if we are going to make games that are about older adults or that feature older adults, steering away from some of these types of characterizations and some of these arcs in terms of narrative can go a long way to making older adult characters that are more appealing and more compelling and perhaps, more interesting to players prospectively to play them. So move on to the next slide here. I wanted to talk about some things that surprised me, because anytime that you do research, you're going to have hypotheses that play out. You're going to have hypotheses that don't play out. And so some of the things that surprised me, number one, I thought nostalgia was going to matter a lot more. I thought nostalgia was going to be a critical motivation for players to approach certain games. And I especially thought if you had older adults who wanted to play as younger characters, that nostalgia was going to play a role. It did not turn out to be the case. Now, obviously, it's just one study. I'd love to run another study and see if I get different results. But at least for this particular research, it just wasn't as significant a motivation as I'd hoped or anticipated, I guess. So age-related customization was not in the top 3 options for any age, which again, I thought just given the audience that they might be more interested in that ability to customize age, not so much, but 35% of the total respondents did say they would like the option. It just wasn't in the top 3. So, the percentages overall, it just wasn't weighted as important to them as some other types of customization that we've talked about tonight. So, social play. I mentioned earlier, I was really interested to see that that was such an important draw for younger Gen Xers and older baby boomers, but not for older Gen Xers and younger baby boomers. And so, honestly, further research would need to be done to see if this is something that could sort of be broadly implied as tendencies of these audiences, or maybe just for whatever reason, a combination of responses that led to these results from my study. But if it is a broader tendency that's observable with repeated research, it's really interesting to kind of dig into it and figure out why, right? Why is it that for younger Gen Xers and older baby boomers that's such a draw, but for older Gen Xers and younger baby boomers it isn't, even though, again, loneliness is a very common complaint of folks as they age. And then lastly, only older baby boomers really expressed any kind of preference around playing characters that were younger. For the other respondents, again, from just, on the cusp of older adults are younger Gen Xers, all the way up through younger baby boomers, they in their responses didn't really have a particular inclination toward a preferred age, particularly not a preferred inclination toward playing a younger character. And again, if you look at the data that's out there, like the virtual census that talks about those kind of tendencies of character design, our characters do broadly skew young. And so, it's not unusual to see characters that are in their late 20s to early 30s based on appearance and ability. And so it's interesting to note that we have a substantial audience of older adults that would be fine playing a character that is perhaps older than that. So I'll move on to the next slide, please. So in terms of further research, obviously, anytime that you conduct research, it's good to run other studies to collect data from other respondents and see if you get similar results, to add to the validity of the information that you're sharing. For me personally, I would love to just get a larger sample size, maybe get thousands of respondents versus in the hundreds of respondents, because obviously the more sample size you get, the better in many cases, just in terms of the amount of information that you can glean. I also think that it would be very interesting to dig further into the types of customization that audiences are looking for. And I think this could be paired with accessibility in UX and UI design, really looking at what is, the best way to design customization systems that are approachable and usable versus being, perhaps confusing or overwhelming, but still allow for, sort of a robust ability to alter a character's appearance. So those are areas that I hope to be looking into the future. So we'll move on to the next slide, please. So I mentioned earlier that I was going to talk a little bit about the potential for profitability in this audience. And so I just want to throw it out there in case you weren't aware that adults over the age of 50 are a multi-billion-dollar audience for the game industry. And this is in no small part because of the fact that Gen Xers are beginning to age into that category. When you go back to 2016, when a lot of Gen Xers were technically not older adults yet, the average spending among adults over the age of 50 was just over $513 million for a year. And just a few years later, in 2019, Nelson and Kakula found that that amount had jumped all the way up to $3.5 billion in a year. And so it's definitely a lucrative audience. These are folks that play games regularly. They're willing to invest, to spend in free-to-play games, but also to pay for premium titles. And so I think, it does behoove us to learn more about what it is they're looking for from their gameplay experiences. And so doing more research on other aspects of design, like gameplay, like level design, UX and UI design, in addition to things like narrative design and character design, so that we can create experiences that are enjoyable for everyone, and not just, assume that our core audience base is still 12 to 18-year-olds, which it hasn't been for a long time. Next slide, please. So thanks so much, and special thanks to Andrew for handling the slides for me so that we could have this presentation this evening. So feel free to take a screenshot or take a photo with your phone if you have any questions, or if you'd like to talk to me any more about gerontoludic design, the design of games for older adults. I'm always happy to chat. I've got my email address here, my website, and you can also feel free to introduce yourself on LinkedIn. I'm always happy to make new connections. So thanks so much to the folks of Siege for the opportunity to share this information with you, and have a wonderful night.
Next, we do have a few questions from chat.
Awesome.
Number one
Great.
was folks are wanting to access to the slides. Do you mind if we put this PDF up in the Facebook group and our LinkedIn group?
Happy to. That's great.
All right. Second, we had Justin Collins was talking about, I'll rephrase it. He was rather surprised that that older characters weren't seen as mentors, and he was wondering what the options that people had when they were selecting how were elders seen in games.
I think that's a wonderful question. So definitely kind of given an array of kind of roles and perspectives. But I think that that's a really interesting point, right? In that, for my particular group of respondents, why that particular aspect of mentoring didn't come up. I think, obviously it's still in a way a stereotype, right? Not every older person should be someone who's trying to guide other people. But at least it's a positive stereotype versus a negative stereotype. So yeah, I'll have to in future research see if I get more folks that draw that association. I think there are a lot of things that can lead to certain responses. And it may be, honestly, like if you think about that year, 2021, if there was just a broader tendency for older adults in games to be depicted more in that frame than as mentors, that might have had a skewing effect. So subsequent research will definitely let us know more. But thanks, that's a great question.
Jet Games asks, can we get a list of sources that you reference in the study, specifically the games that you're speaking of?
Yeah, absolutely. I would be happy to. What would be the best place for me to share that? I'd be happy to provide a list. There's so much interesting research that's been done, and I can certainly also include some games as well. So yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Sure, send us the PDF and I'll put it up with these.
Yeah, absolutely. Will do.
Robin Koman generally is happy to stick around, so if you're in the GGDA, you can jump in the voice channel and chat. And with that, the next thing we have up is going to be our character design workshop, collaborative art workshop. Oh, lots of good comments. Cave Geek says fascinating stuff. Tech Levitate says thanks so much for the presentation. But for everyone, stick around for the character design workshop coming up. Great collaborative tools using Magma. These have been a blast at our previous events. And if you're in the Discord, jump in there and we'll actually drag you in to the live stream channel to talk and share in there. All right, I'm going to try and transition out without this going crazy on us. So let's see if OBS Studio will cooperate.
Join us for the Gwinnett County Public Library Learning Lab's first ever Game Jam. The theme will be announced November 1st. Games can be made in any game engine or language based around the theme. Games will be accepted from November 1st to November 28th at 12 noon. To submit your game, visit our website, gwinnettpl.org, and check out our blog post. We will select games and creators to showcase December 8th at our Duluth branch from 6 to 8 p.m., so make sure to come and check it out. For more information about our Game Jam, head to our website, gwinnettpl.org.
Hey, everybody. We are now back. These collaborative art workshops have been a blast in the past. Unfortunately, Sandy Chamberlain couldn't be with us, so she sent her hidden clones. So I'm going to let them take it away, explain what we're going to do with the character workshop. We've shared the link for Magma, so you can draw too. And this time, we're actually going to be showing the tools themselves, which is usually not what we do. You just show the drawing. But this time, folks have had questions in the past about Magma. So now you can ask questions about the tools and how to use it as well. I'll be taking a look in Discord every so often. If you want to join the live stream from there, and you're a GGDA member, we'll put you on in there. Otherwise, just join on Magma and draw along. All right, take it away and introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, I'm Adam Johnson. I am an animator, a 2D VFX one specifically. I graduated from KSU and was even the part of the animation club. I was the president. And this is Mango Studio. I also am joined here with Sydney Jean, who's a really cool person who's also at KSU.
I'm Sydney Jean. I can introduce myself. I'm kidding. Hey guys, I'm Sydney Jean. I am currently a senior at KSU. I am the vice president of the Women in Animation Club. We just started it. We are having an interest meeting next Friday for those who want to come. I'm an animation major and I have a minor in professional writing for screenwriting classes, and we're all very happy to be here to fill in for Sandy. Right now, Adam's drawing on the screen, and I don't know, do you guys want to just talk about like typical character design theory? We can talk about shapes theories, or what were you thinking, Adam?
Yeah, we could talk about that and like the tools itself. And Andrew, if you ever want to just let us know if there's questions available, and we can answer them as well in chat or anything else as well. So this is Magma Studio. So Magma Studio, for those who don't know, is a shared canvas application. Sandy, actually, the person who had been here, knew one of the person who created it, which was created recently from a Lightbox Expo. So what's really cool is it's an online service that is free to use on a browser source, and you're able to draw on a shared canvas. So right now I'm drawing, but Sydney can also draw like something right here as well if she wants.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
I'm
can.
just waiting.
So there's that one as well. So you can use that. So it's really cool. It has all your standard like Photoshop features and stuff like that, but it's also just web browser based. So there's a really cool limit of what it can do and how much it can do. So like we can squash, we can stretch, all sorts of kind of different motions. We can use the lasso tool to kind of expand certain things, like what I'm doing right now. And we can also use erasers, pens, the whole lot,
and
basically,
lasers
as well.
Layers and stuff like that too with opacity, which is definitely really cool, especially for sharing with other people. You can definitely do a lot of stuff with that, which I'm definitely very appreciative of.
You can do this on your phone, or you can use it on your tablets of any kind, whether it be your iPad or your Huion or Cintiqs, whatever you kind of really feel like. So it's really cool. It's a very cool application. So I can explain some of like the functions of each one while I draw. So right now, what I'm doing is using what is called the brush tool. And for those who don't know, that's a very common tool to use. It is one that you can kind of just draw as your traditional pencil like this. But what I like about it, it's nice and loose. You can kind of sharpen up your edges by erasing it a little bit as well. Your eraser tool is exactly what it thinks. You can erase stuff like so and whatnot. There's other tools as well that we'll get to eventually, but what a lot of artists do is like have their opacity down, so you can have different layers down of color like this, like so. So you can get eventually darker. But yeah, character design is really interesting in my opinion, to talk about. So a lot of the times when designing a character, you always want to think about like what that character is doing, how intricate and action like can you make the pose, and how much expressions can you give? Are you doing a character with less expressions because they're more serious and monotone, or you're trying to give a really expressive character who's the protagonist of the show, who wants to be expressive about everything they're feeling and stuff like that. It's really interesting.
Really great point, especially with like expressions and poses, which really makes you think about silhouettes. And when we were learning about character design and stuff, they really talk about shape theory and poses as well, and how important that is. And so basically I'm going to think of some iconic characters that are probably more from our generation, not so much from the older generation that we were talking about in the last stream, but we're talking about like maybe Phineas and Ferb. That's kind of classic, but we know that like Phineas has a triangle head. We know that he's very forward, like go for it character. He's very sharp with those edges, while Ferb is kind of this laid back, stays in his ways, he doesn't talk, square shaped dude, and Candace has this circle face, and we see this with a lot of characters have a lot of similar ways. So you see, like, let's think of like some circle shaped characters. You can think of like Winnie the Pooh, he's very round. You can think of like Santa Claus, round and soft. These are characters who are supposed to be a bit more gentle, more like emotional characters. But then you think of Batman and triangles, and you think of like the Joker again with triangle like shapes. And then you think of squares and stuff like that. Wreck-It Ralph, his main thing is that he like stays the same. He is this strong, sturdy, I stay the same character. And you can see this for almost all character designs that you go through. You can go through your favorite comic books, your favorite video games, and you can kind of go through and see how they'll use silhouettes and shapes to kind of block out different ways to show character construction through emotions and shape. So when people are thinking of character designs, they'll usually start off by finding out who this character is. So if it's supposed to be a villain, oftentimes you will see that they use shape theories. So we'll go for like a triangle, say, and they'll make, we have the Joker, we have a lot of angles in this shape, trying to show this edginess that you have here. You can also think of like a soft, nurturing character, and they basically take what they know about that character and they take shape theory to then construct a character design that is based off of who this character is. You basically want your character to look how they're supposed to be. So you want a person to be able to look at your character and kind of have an idea of who they're going to be. If you look at Winnie the Pooh, you would not think that this guy is like a villain. You see him and you're like, aww, soft, cuddly, you know? You see like the Batman, you're like, oh, this dude's dangerous. I don't even have to know who he is. We all know who the Batman is, but, you know? So I feel like for character design, shape theory is definitely very helpful, especially in the professional industry. If you just want to play a game of studying character designs, definitely look for things like shape theory. Anything else you got to say, Adam, or are you just having fun?
I always like having fun with the drawing. Sorry, I was in the zone. So, another thing as well about like how, when Sydney talks about like the shapes of the characters, she mean obviously like a good example would be Phineas and Ferb. Like you draw like an eyes on this person. This person now looks a little bit more like friendlier and stuff like that. But it's also just like the way that the character is designed. While Sydney was talking, I was showing that this is a triangular shaped character in a way where there's a lot of triangles. So I'll highlight them real quickly. So like right here, it's a triangle. The whole shape is a triangle. I'm trying to make it really sharp and actiony poses. A lot of these can be summed up into triangles right here, right here. They're all triangles. But if I were to make a character who would be like let's say a little bit more like say happier and bubblier, already this person right here is without even a face. Sometimes you can have a little bit happier and bubblier of character. A good example as well of good character design is Pokemon. They all have very intricate and design shapes as well.
I was going to bring up Pokemon because of their silhouettes, which is what I was about to go into. So if you wanted to design a character, a lot of people will start with silhouettes, and Pokemon is a perfect example of like guess that Pokemon, and you can guess a lot about them. So one of the first things we did in our character design class with Chris Malone, who I'm pretty sure was supposed to be here, sad that he's not right now.
He can't. He had a meeting.
Yeah, but like if you want to design characters, a good way is just to start with like a really big brush and just kind of go in and just start. We're just gonna go with triangles with this one, and I'm going for like an edgy character, and you can just start not even having details yet, and just like, okay, I want an edgy person. You know, I'll give them like, you know, a sharp nose, and this is me just goofing around. But you know, you want to do like really sharp things before you go in. And then like construct a person on top. Of course, this is just like a big messy brush before you would actually like get on another layer and actually draw around it. But you want to start thinking about like the outlines and the shapes of what something's going to look like before going in. And if you can tell what a character looks like, if it has a very strong silhouette, even with storyboarding or anything like this, you want to look for very strong silhouettes, because even without seeing the finer details, you want to be able to tell what is happening and what story is being portrayed through this character. So being able to tell that someone's a dangerous character or that they're in a dangerous pose is a very strong and important part of character design, and it's definitely something to keep an eye out for.
Andrew, do you have any questions or any notes about character design in general as well?
That's been a great intro to character design. Great look at the silhouettes. Everyone talks about the Mickey Mouse, but of course we as gamers obviously care more about the Pokemon, unless you work Spectre and do great Mickey Mouse games. No, let's go ahead and get into some specific exercises. Again, if you want to join us, jump into Magma. I think we have some folks in there, so let's get folks drawn away and designing, creating something. What's the challenge going to be?
Okay, so I have a really good challenge that I've used before. So anytime when designing a shape of a character, it's really good to it's really good to have a reference. I don't know the sigma of no referencing comes from, but it's really good to tell because you can get some of your anatomy and sometimes the good old shape language. So a good challenge I think would be is find a reference of a sports player is a really good one. So right now I'm going to make this person have like a sword, but this is actually a tennis player reference I'm using. So if you guys could find some really cool references to practice drawing with, it's a great use of using character and having the shape language be demonstrated very well, and it's very easy to find. So if you guys could find like a tennis player or a basketball player, you want your language of your character to be very strong, and what better yet to use real life people, and that's always what a good reference to
When
use.
you're speaking of challenge, do you want us to like come up with a challenge for everyone to draw at the same time? Like, do you want us to?
I was just saying we
like...
should use a reference for in general because I don't know the skill level of how many people are at.
I mean,
like I can give a more specific
always...
one if you guys would like, but
yeah,
I thought
because we
just
can
using
be
a
like
reference might be good.
We can always pick out references. I was like, we can choose to
definitely.
design a villain. Again, someone was saying someone of an older range and how we don't have designs and that.
Yeah,
We can
so
talk about drawing a protagonist.
Yeah, let's say draw a villain. Yeah, draw
You can
your
always
favorite
start
villain.
simple and make it more elaborate as you go.
True, that is true. I didn't know how the range of skill was at, so trying to think it easier. But yeah, if you guys want to go a little bit more complex, try to draw a villain of some kind.
Yeah.
That's always really fun to do.
Anyways,
But
let's get to it, y'all.
I'm thinking more. So I'm trying to use a shape language right now, personally too.
I'm still getting used to the software.
What'd you say?
Oh, this is my first time on Magma, so I'm glad that a lot of the software is like very transferable from other programs, which is what I'm realizing as a first-time user, like very quick to get into.
So what I'm doing right now is silhouette shape of what I'm designing first. So usually I try to get my character designs, get this shape before I even draw like a practice. Oh god. That I that I like to do is try to make sure my shape design is nice because I can like kind of chisel it out like a stone. So when sculptors sculpt something, they use a block and then they chisel out the small bits and work on the details last. That's always a good practice to do as well, if you can, because then you can make sure your silhouette design is strong before you get into details like eyes and clothing and stuff like that. You want to make sure all your designs are good so far and go from there. But yeah, draw a villain, everyone. Villains are always fun to design. Everyone likes them. I think some like popular ones are obviously like Marvel ones, like Thanos. Very strong design. So he's very empowering, very large compared to all the Avengers in both comic and movie adaptations as well. But he has such a strong pose of being like a very square and broadening character because a lot of the poses he has are very rectangular, showing that he's this unstoppable force that like no one can stop. So that's some really cool like character design. They kind of adapt to more of like their everyday culture. Do you have any favorite villains of yours, Sydney?
Me? Who's my favorite villain? Capitalism. I'm kidding. That was a joke. I don't know. I am a classic kind of like Disney villain type of gal, so I really loved Hercules and Hades. I loved how they used his hair for his character design and how it would change with him and how it just was very dynamic and emotional, just like he was. I loved that as a kid. But, I don't know. It's hard to talk and draw at the same time. Truth be told.
But it's always how you mentioned Pokemon before, and with Disney, villainesses and villains have very distinctive silhouettes. But in Pokemon, the main villains have the same silhouettes as the main good guys, Team Rocket.
Yeah. It's funny how that works. Probably to save budget, but yeah. So I mean, one of their main design characters is a cat as well. For their villains for Pokemon with Meow.
Sorry if y'all hear my cat crying.
It's going after Pokemon.
You're good. You're good. Yeah.
He's cranky because the dog ate his food.
So, what are some of your favorite game villains? Not just the classic Disney villains.
Let me think off this one.
I loved the reboot of Tomb Raider, and but I feel like just the main villain, I'm blanking on the name, but they were on the Dragon's Triangle, and there was like this sun goddess who was this main villain, but they also had I don't know, they just had a bunch of islanders who were all going after her at the same time. I don't really play a lot of multiplayer games. It's usually like adventure one-person games.
Mm-hmm. I think they're not really even villains at that point, but if you guys haven't played it, it's a game called Horizon Zero Dawn. It's a game about these kind of like tribal people hunting down robotic dinosaurs. It's really cool, but all the designs of all the robots are very interesting and intricate because they take inspiration of real life stuff. So I think it's really interesting to design like robotic dinosaurs and making sure everything functions correctly and in a way that looks really intricate and unique. They also have really great shape language and whatnot, so that's always a good time as well.
Adam Ent, let's get. Yeah, there we go. I was going to ask you to scroll back so we could zoom out so we could see everybody's art coming together. There's all kinds of cool things happening on the screen. Oh,
yeah.
Villain drawer in action. Pixie
always fun to
going
have villains.
To it. Nice. Sure. So villain masterclass in action.
Mm-hmm.
I always give props to the comic artists who had to combine all of these different villains into supervillain teams.
Oh my gosh!
Points.
Yeah.
I mean, the superheroes. There's a lot of commonality. Square jaws, musculature. But when you get into the supervillains, you have so many different styles coming together.
Mm-hmm.
You also have to think about which is it's a great point. Is like supervillain team ups are usually sometimes hard to do because their morals are entirely different a lot of times and don't always line up. Besides, be sometimes evil,
Well, that's another great point about how the art
like a lot of the Marvel suits. I feel like it'd be kind of hard to add some of them together. Yeah, it's really important to make sure that you don't have clashing characters that kind of they stay unique. Otherwise, you'll feel like you just have a villain, but in two different fonts, which no one ever wants.
I forgot I was on camera. Y'all probably just saw me make faces at my cat. That's really funny.
I'm like, doesn't please make faces back.
Yeah, he's so mad at me right now. I've been at home no issues. As soon as I have things to do involving other people, he's like, whoa. Absolutely horrible.
Attention must be paid.
Yeah, honestly, my favorite villain is my cat, truth be told.
I'm expecting to see a chain to Sidney Jean's villain here. But yeah, think about, Joker is supposed to look psychotic, but is in a team with Lex Luthor, who looks like the archetypal rich man.
Mm-hmm.
With Bizarro, who's just supposed to look bizarre, not especially evil.
Right.
Then we get Starro. Yeah, Adamant, yours is finally starting to look like a villain. Bill kind of looks more like a hero. The others are kind of more distinctly villainish.
Who is this?
Yours looks most like a hero so far, Adam. The rest
I'm
trying to look like villains. Yours.
I was drawing it, and then I was like, "Oh, I gotta make this more of a villain now." So I'll probably add some different garb and stuff like that. Maybe
looks
some
like Daredevil.
Yeah, I'm designing some of the shadow distinct to the eyes and stuff like that.
My
It
computer
could be like one of
is
those anti-heroes.
frozen.
Justin Collins says a cat is neither an anti-hero nor rebel. They do what
You're
they want
right.
when they want.
You're so right. My monitor just decided to make my mouse connect to, like, you know when you type on the screen and then it's going somewhere else on this monitor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so hopefully, okay, I fixed it. That was frustrating.
I don't know. I think Villain Drawer's villain is so far the most villainous. What does everybody else think? What do you think in chat? What is a hero but a villain in training? Oh my gosh, don't tell that to Batman when he's around Superman.
Poetic.
He'll kryptonite him right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's funny to look at the characteristics of each of these, what makes them a villain. Villain Drawers is the least human. Sydney Jeans is definitely more...
I know, I've hardly been working on it because I'm so embarrassed about my cat right now. I'm like sitting here like, oh my god, I can't even focus on drawing because he's making
gets
like
on the live stream, it's okay. Cats are the reason the internet exists.
Honestly, I'll come. He must be a star. He's so. Here's Anubis. He is the bane of my existence, but also the light of my life at the same time.
Bane, there's another.
Hopefully, he's not going to try and walk on my computer. Are you happy now?
That's kind of what Sydney Jean's drawing. More the Bane type, the overly muscled.
Yeah.
Masked figure.
I know. I'm so stressed out drawing like live. I can't even focus on what I'm doing. So sorry that I'm like hardly working on it, everyone.
And if folks in chat want to go ahead and join in with their favorite villains, what they like about them, feel free.
I like this little one in the corner that I think it's Paige is doing. Or is it Pixel? The little villain with her little cape. I think that's super, super cute. Pixel person. That's my favorite for sure. In case more people want to come on, I didn't realize how big in comparison everything was up here. Let me get rid of half of this stuff. In case other people might want to come on and join.
I don't know, Adam, is yours getting a nun's hat?
It's getting a wizard hat or a witch's hat. I was trying to
Where's
switch
your
it up.
drawing? Are you getting on?
Andrew?
Unfortunately, I'm still trying to run tech.
Darn.
Yeah, I was
Learning
thinking
today
about
not to
witch's
program
hat.
this machine more than I need to.
Oh my god. This cat, man.
Yeah.
Enjoying the sound effects. I can hear it. It sounds like actual drawing going on. That's so odd.
Like the brushes tapping on the thing. Little ASMR.
Gross.
Exactly. And Adam, I know you haven't done much to the face yet, but that still looks like a hero. Or
Yeah, I'll try to make it more
the
villainous.
last one to expect to be the villain.
Yeah. I was thinking like a witch of some sorts, but I got ideas that can probably help it out.
Well, we now know that to make it look like a villain, all you have to do is make it look old.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so
Exactly.
upsetting.
Justin Collins has recommended that we start an ASMR stream of people drawing and you hear their brush strokes.
That'd
Honestly,
be cool.
Tenor, I think that's why people listen to drawing streams late at night. I really do.
Okay, what drawing streams do you listen to or watch late at night?
Me? Shoot, I can't think of any off the top of my head. Since school's been in, I haven't done that since high school. Dang, I don't even remember what their handles were, but they would draw like a lot of TV show characters, like little kid cartoons, like Avatar: The Last Airbender and stuff like that. I wish I could remember their handles, but yeah, that's what I did in high school. How
There
about
was
you,
one where I think they do like lo-fi drawings all the time. Those are always really cool. We watched them at school a lot where they were like had a lot of lo-fi stuff, but they'd make these like horror looking drawings, like these deep sea creatures and stuff like that. It was really wild.
My daughter's a fan of Art for Kids Hub.
Nice.
All sorts of kids drawing. And some occasional toy unboxings, which she likes at least as much.
Was she the one that we met yesterday?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, so sweet.
Come out to Siege and learn, get to play her Wandering Trader game.
That's so sweet.
That's right. If anyone on the stream who doesn't know, we will be in person on Sunday. I'll share that link again.
How long would you like just to draw by Andrew? I want to make sure we're. Gotcha. Awesome.
We'll go for another 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. As always, we appreciate you having here. I was talking to this artist. We're always like in the zone, so it's a little hard to.
Yeah, that's where Sandy and Craig are very good. They're used to as teachers
teaching,
talking while they draw.
Yeah, we're just
sorry that
industry
we're
people.
not as used to that.
But by all means, Andrew, if you ever want to talk about anything, we're more than welcome to have you. Is there anything that you think?
People, I think, are enjoying this. We aren't losing viewers, so I'm happy to just leave it going. People enjoy. I think Justin Collins hit on the head. ASMR drawing work. You're supposed to have a presentation on QA in 20 minutes, but I'm waiting for that presenter still. I knew they had some questions about whether they could make it, so.
Yeah, go. Yeah, whenever you're ready.
That's a pretty cool sword now on the villain.
Yeah.
Page's villain. I like Pixel's villainous Pixie.
I know. I'm having this bad habit of watching what everyone else is doing, and then I forget that I too am supposed to be drawing. I get very distracted. So, person, I am loving your pixie, and I'm loving that you're drawing big for a first time in a long time. If we have 20 more minutes, we can always go through and try and guess what our characters are supposed to be. If we're at the
Yeah, that'd be
stretch,
cool.
we can go through and look at everyone else's and see what we all did.
Yeah, I like that idea.
It's up to you, Andrew.
All right, those of you in chat, let's start with Adams. Give us some background on this. He says it's a witch. I don't know.
I'm trying to get my
Thoughts
little
about
details in.
What
I
Adam
was thinking.
meant.
I was thinking of like. I mean, do we explain what I'm doing?
No, let's let people guess.
I
And
definitely
Sydney's got
am.
this Greek anti-300, so I guess it's 600,
Yeah.
150 character here.
Yeah, I half done because I've been watching literally pixel art and Page and everyone else draw because I'm like, wow, oh, look at all this fun stuff. It's not usual that I get to see everyone else draw. But I definitely am getting like witchy vibes from yours, or at least like wizardy stuff. And
All right,
for
Adam, why don't you go ahead and zoom in on the others too?
I feel like this person was stranded in the jungle and is now fighting.
Pages.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Pages. I think Pages reminds me of like a definitely like a tribal person with the like the bone kind of look right here. Definitely
I really
an
like-
antagonist of like the maybe protagonist style.
I definitely like the spiky hair and the shape theory going on here with the knee pads and the spiky rips of the king stuff for that one.
You saying that the snake is
Pixel art.
the actual villain and not the sword wielder?
I don't know.
that's
I
cool.
love how this character is interacting with the other character though. Our little triangle man.
Yeah.
Definitely makes me think of, do y'all remember that episode of Avatar The Last Airbender where the owl with the library, that's what the
Yeah.
face makes me think of. It's like the owl's younger cousin who's very villainous.
I like that idea.
Maybe it's Triangle Man meets Particle Man meets Pixie Person.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
We all heard of Suicide Squad, but this is our villain squad.
Exactly.
Adam, will you zoom in on the pixie?
Wow.
Super, super cute. I love how much color and detail you're going in with her.
Mm-hmm. I think it's very fun silhouette design as well. I like the wings. They're nice and green as well. Give me definitely what's it, the Enchanted movie, the Disenchantment? No wait, what's the dragon lady? The Disney movie.
Maleficent?
Maleficent, yeah, that's the movie.
For some reason, it was making me think like Winx Club meets like superheroes, or even this one webtoon I remember reading about superheroes. Very good.
Nice.
It's interesting how rarely green is used for heroes. I mean, the Hulk isn't really a hero in the comics initially. Green Lantern is kind of the exception that proves the rule. Otherwise, green is very much a villain color.
Yeah,
Right.
you see it used a lot
Very
with
toxic
poison.
colors.
And you see it, the poison apple from Sleeping Beauty. You see it with Scar. You see it with Maleficent. It's all over the place. Definitely an eye catcher for sure.
Yeah, and Shrek being green was kind of be a opposite to
The
being
exception.
zero.
The exception.
All right, everyone in chat, you got 10 more minutes to guess.
Yeah.
I like the kind of the Greek warrior, since you're talking about Hercules before. I don't know if you go to Dragon Con. You always have a lot of guys dressed up like 300 in their Spartan uniforms, have done a good workout coming into it. They used to also have 300 pounds, which were guys whose armor was made out of Budweiser boxes, Budweiser cans, and who looked it.
That's so funny. Honestly, I'm pretty antisocial where I don't go to cons much. I am very much the introverted stay-at-home type. Although I've been trying to get myself to go out more, so maybe you'll see me next year at Dragon Con.
Well, let's see, it's Siege this year.
Oh, I know,
Yeah.
you're going to see me there.
And as a game producer, I appreciate artists who stay locked in their room until they're done drawing.
Yeah, we gotta finish out the project first before we do anything.
Mhm. Gosh, everyone's still drawing, and I'm like just mesmerized by it. I'm sitting here, I'm slacking.
Beauty of a co-op games art stream. Yeah, I'm sorry, Adamant. Yours still doesn't look like a villain. Yours looks more like a golfer at a rave.
Yeah.
You know what? Our villains are all. That's the person.
I was
that
thinking like
the
just
villains
a
are all
witch
fighting
to like
against.
just kind of mess with the people. Not really the main antagonist. I'll add some red. Red's a nice antagonist color, right?
Yeah, sure. Maybe make the hair a little spiky, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Winnie the Pooh before as a character no one thinks of as a villain. Because with roundness, you have the spiky bits, and suddenly they become more villainous. But round is soft and less threatening.
Right. That's very true. To be granted, I was drawing this before we got the prompts. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
let's see how I can finesse a little bit.
Yeah, I've used that excuse.
Yeah. I also was using a prompt.
The internet ate my villain.
Yeah. You'll add like thorns right here. Okay, oh my gosh, 1 second. So there you go. So what I had to do was just use a color drop tool. If anyone doesn't know, that is a very helpful tool. I didn't even get it right. Got it.
I do like how much motion there is in these characters. The exception of Triangle Man, who's more ominous because he doesn't move.
Yeah, that's
He reminds me
like
of a golem.
Slender Man just standing there menacingly.
I mean, even the pixie's hair and cape are flowing. Triangle Man just get hair?
My cat's knocking things off my shelf. I'm liking the glowing red eyes.
Yeah, red eye sounds like a good idea. Yeah, I can add
You're
that.
saying purple hair makes someone a villain. I see how it is.
I'll add red eyes. That'd be kind of fun.
That just means they were up too late at KSU Art Studio drawing into the weekend hours.
That sounds like the play, though. Gotta get the.
Mm-hmm.
What would your villain be, Andrew?
Oh, I like cyber villains. All kinds of nice
Oh,
cybernetics.
cyber.
Bizarre, freakish things sticking out of their bodies. I mentioned in chat in my Fading Suns universe, one of the arch villains is Salandra Dekados, who is into uber body modification. So
Okay.
will almost never appear before the PCs the same way twice.
Mm.
It might be completely freakish with an artificial carapace and tentacle walkers and blasters for arms.
Very cyberpunk-like.
Encounter
Yeah.
something completely demure and unanticipated. But yeah, nice spiky metal bits sticking out of a person are a good way to turn them into a quick villain.
Mm-hmm.
Look a look. How's those red eyes, Andrew?
They're getting there.
Yeah.
Looks like the way I used to take photos all the time.
Maybe just put some blood on her.
Yeah.
The happy skulls coming from the golf swing.
Yeah. Good old staff. My color drop working. There we go. I'm trying to draw from far away to make sure everyone can see the stuff.
Perspective is great. I love the swing.
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
On the staff/golf club.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I'm going to zoom in real quickly to get this nose and stuff done.
Jesse Jacobson added to our discussion of the color green, that Green Arrow is another example of a hero. Remember, Green Arrow in most of the DC comics is often being hunted by the authorities, so that whole Robin Hood motif.
Maybe a little anti-hero. Yeah, I feel like Shrek is the only good guy who's green, but he does technically start out as a bit, or supposedly as a villain, like he's painted as one, but...
Jesse Jacobson notes again the Green Hornet, but part of the way the Green Hornet was green is that Green Hornets are pretty vicious animals, and second, he had his sleep gas, which was always shown as green. So again, we get back to the idea of noxious chemicals and poisons. And Jesse, get out of the announcements channel with this. Put them in the YouTube chat. These aren't announcements, I swear. You give someone access to the announcement channel, and he starts looking at heroes and villains. Marvin the Martian, who's everybody's favorite hero as he blows up the Earth.
Well, maybe it's not so much about characters who are supposed to be like, but more so people who are, I guess, could be misunderstood, because we do have the Hulk, we do have the Martian, and we also have Shrek, who's misunderstood. And like maybe these are just characters who are a bit ostracized or just not in that typical format of what a good character is supposed to be.
Well, the Hulk's
or like a
misunderstood.
heroic.
You don't want the Hulk on your block.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's still a good guy, but a lot of people will be like, "Oh my god, he's a monster,"
Mm-hmm.
despite being like a super smart scientist. Is there any way that we can
Powered
have?
828. Yeah, I haven't seen our next presenter, so I think the family emergency has taken her out of action. So you all wrap up when you want to wrap up.
Okay, we'll be done in a little bit. I'll be done in a second. I gotta add these touches.
I was about to see like is there a chat channel inside of Magma?
Sadly, no, there is not.
Darn, because I was gonna ask, because we already went through and we talked about what we thought everyone's characters were, but I would love to hear what Paige and Pixel Person are gonna say theirs were, as well as villain draw. Oh wait, that was just the name of that. I'm trying to find what layer they're on. The Triangle Man. Oh yeah, maybe that is their name.
I missed a few comments from Justin Collins in chat. Greek warrior, I see more a devil from ghouls and goblins, or gargoyle warrior before Greek. And who's to say the witch isn't the antagonist for a golf game? So I like it.
I can make this witch an antagonist right now. I'll make her green. Whoa, she's an evil now.
Oh my gosh. Elphaba, she's a good person. Well, in Wicked, at least. But now that I said that, I'm thinking of the actual Wizard of Oz, where she was not a good
And the
person.
green kept her from being popular.
Oh, so funny. What a classic.
Justin also notes Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, those are good ones. Yeah, those are green.
Again, they cannot fit in with normal teenagers or normal turtles. They are outsiders, unfortunately. So the green is true. It is keeping them from this general populace. That's my theory on green characters.
Green characters live in the sewers.
Yeah. What is a green character that's not like that?
Yeah, only really Green Lantern.
Yeah, but he was still being chased by the police, wasn't he? Weren't you saying that? I don't know as much about Green Lantern, I have to admit.
Well, that's also funny, because when they created the Lantern Corps, you had all these different kinds of Green Lanterns, and some are pretty nasty individuals.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point, too.
Yeah, so not all of them were good.
For those of you who've turned in for our session on QA, I'm afraid that our presenter has had to bow out. We are wrapping up the character drawing workshop using the Magma tool, and we've got lots of good villains now. And none of them are old. Unless the witch is 2,000 years old and the robot
She could be 2,000 years old.
She aged fantastically, I must say. There's Bruno from Encanto, but he was painted as the villain in his magic.
Causes rain on the wedding day.
Yeah, another one. So I wonder what, if we're following this green character theory here, I wonder what our Pixie Pixel will, like, I wonder what she's doing. I wish there was a chat there, because I would love to hear what her description of that backstory is.
So Justin wants to know if we know how old Triangle Man is. Anybody want to guess?
I say 2 years old. He's a creation.
I was gonna say the same. I'm like, he's a newborn villain. Like, he's going so hard. He, like, graduated at 3 from Villain Academy. He just got that stoic stare down. Either that or they're ancient. I don't know. But I do wonder why our jungle person is fighting them.
The snake broke its teeth on him.
Like, are they rival villains, or are they like, what's the backstory? Maybe that would have been fun, to have the challenge be people like interacting with each other or fighting each other.
Oh, that would have been hard.
Yeah, that would have been really hard, but
I'd have cheated and gone for a tentacled monster, so I keep drawing tentacles hitting away.
mm. I definitely
Justin,
like
how old do you think Triangle Man is?
just an answer.
Waiting for the answer on YouTube.
I was gonna say I like how Paige is using red color for our jungle dude here.
Is that red or an umber? What would you call that?
It's a pretty umbery color.
Justin says that the Jungle Warrior and the Triangle Man is not aggression. It's encouragement. He's egging you on. You do it, buddy. You destroy that city.
You are going to get that hero this time. You've got it. You're not going to win this time. You're not going back to jail, bud. You're so right.
I like that idea.
So apparently there is a chat in Magma.
There is a chat.
There's a chat in the app to direct them to. And Pixel apparently suggested Kermit.
Aww.
As
You're
a
right.
green hero. But it's not
Oh my
easy.
gosh. You found it.
Not easy.
He's a Muppet, but there's tons of Muppets.
Mm-hmm.
Kermit's the exception.
He's also a wanted criminal in one of the movies because he gets framed, but then he finds that he's a better frog than the original one. So
And I guess
it works
there's
out.
Mr. Toad.
The chat bubble in the bottom right. So if you look down on Magma, down by the tools at the bottom right, you'll see a chat bubble.
I was answering that earlier.
Oh,
I was
I see,
wondering if that
yeah.
was popping up from the stream or something.
I like it.
He does have a song about how it's not easy being green, and he'd be right. Like that gumball from Wreck-It Ralph that Ralph like sucks on, and that poor guy. It's not easy being a green character. Kermit is a hero.
Love that. You know who? Oh,
Yoda.
Yoda's also green. Yeah.
Guys, we had a bad job of guessing green characters. We did very poorly. Yoda.
But again, Yoda uses the green to obfuscate himself from Luke Skywalker at the beginning.
That does set him apart. Yoda is scratched from that theory. What makes Kermit different?
He's
He's just aware of how difficult it is being green, but he doesn't let it get to him.
He doesn't. He's the only one, but he's aware. He has his song.
He's also a protagonist as well, which helps a lot. Because a lot of the people we've named aren't really protagonists besides Shrek, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Justin Collins notes that you haven't seen Darth Kermit.
Yeah, from Muppets Most Wanted. It's a great movie.
Oh yeah. Or the hooded Kermit meme with his little.
Yeah, that's what that's from.
And both
That is
he
so
and
funny.
Yoda are exiled to the swamp. So there you go.
Fair. Fair points.
That's actually not a swamp. It's actually a city. Funny enough, it just looks like a swamp in
Which
the
one?
Muppets movie. It's like in like Germany, I think.
Hmm. So what are some red characters?
Daredevil, Spider-Man,
Elmo.
Yeah.
Elmo.
Elmo for sure. I was thinking like Wreck-It Ralph, because that one's not as like stationed in the side that it is on for villain or heroes.
The Incredibles.
You also have Winnie the Pooh, going
Yep.
back to Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah, but only the Disney version.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Incredibles are red.
You're right. Hmm.
But on the flip side,
What about purple
Green
villains?
Lantern, our only real green hero, his enemy is Sinestro, who's red. So they are obviously from some sort of parallel reverse universe. Oh, Iron Man is a good guy. Thank you, JJ McFly.
Yeah. Yeah, I know there's a lot of red heroes. We also have like Superman has his like red emblem and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Also have
All right, trivia time.
mhm.
What does the big red S on Superman's chest stand for?
Oh my gosh, it does not stand for super.
It does not stand for super.
Doesn't
I
it
know
stand for
that.
like freedom or something like that, or peace?
It's
Or is that just
oh,
a
I'm
movie
gonna
quote?
sound so wrong. It's not where he's from.
Type it in
His-
chat, y'all.
I used to know the answer to this, but all I know is that it's not super.
Yes, JJ McFly got it.
And the
It
answer is
stands for hope. It is the Kryptonian symbol for
Right.
hope.
Yeah.
aw. Got hope on his chest. What a hippie.
Well, we
Then
hope
Batman's like, there is no hope. I watched my parents die. No wonder they don't get along.
So. Yep. There's a great what is that? Text with superheroes.
Mm-hmm.
The Texas superhero?
Text. It's text. It's superheroes texting each other. It's a website. Text.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think you said Texas.
No, not Texas
I had
superheroes.
like
There are no
those
superheroes in
like-
Texas.
Oh, a pixel person has to head out, but their villain was a plant lady. Thanks for a fun session. Thank you for joining us.
Of course, I'm all done too.
I loved watching
Well,
you draw.
Yeah, it was so good, Pixel.
Yeah, great
Super
job.
good. Zoom in on that for people.
Yeah, please make sure you guys save this Adamant.
I shall.
We can post this up for everyone. But
I shall do
the
that.
heroes, Superman is reminding them, somebody's reminding them that it's Father's Day, and Batman talks about his father being died, and Wonder Woman doesn't have a father, and they say, so it's a list of heroes without a father, and what are you doing, Superman? Oh, I'm going to go visit my parents. What? You say you're an orphan? Well, I grew up with the Kents.
But I got adopted.
Yeah.
Whatever. Superman.
Yeah.
You just happen to have superpowers. Everyone else is traumatized.
The villains of Siege 2022. Excellent.
Excellent.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you. Thanks for everyone joining us today. JJ McFly says Superman's my jam. That's how we knew it was the Kryptonian symbol for hope. All right. Thank you all, everyone. That concludes our Siege stream for today. Join us at noon tomorrow, and we'll kick it off again with some more wonderful stuff. We'll actually have the Oxide team back. Everyone loved that presentation today. The Bloodthirsty AI. So now we're going to go designing for diversity, talking about how do you incorporate all these world cultures into your games. And we've been talking about how to expand your audience. This is one of the best ways to do it. Talked about selling international audiences as a part of the game funding one. So, all right. Thank you, Adamant. It's Sydney Jean, everyone who took part in the drawing workshop. We will come back tomorrow, noon Eastern.
See you guys at
Yay,
SIEGE on
Kermit
Sunday
arms,
as well.
everybody. Whoa!